Fireflies danced to the tune of croaking frogs as night descended on the swamp. In his lamellar ape form, Elijah waded forward, trailing his claw along the wide trunk of a cypress tree. And as he did, only one thought occupied his mind. "I hate swamps," he growled to himself. "I hate swamps so damn much." He cursed himself for not taking one of Marcy's boats. At the time, he'd chosen to leave them behind because he wanted to be ready for anything that might attack him. However, after trudging through the questionably murky water, with the swamp muck oozing between his scaly toes, Elijah regretted that decision. But it was too late to go back. He'd come too far by that point. So as eerie darkness enveloped the hellish marsh, he continued along. In the distance, Elijah saw a series of tiny flickering lights, though he ignored them. They were what many Cajuns native to the Louisiana bayou referred to as fafalet, and in their mythology, they were seen as supernatural in nature. Some people thought they represented the last vestiges of passing loved ones, while others attributed the flickering lights to evil spirits. In reality, they were simply the result of volatile gases released from decomposing organic matter that had briefly caught fire. Though, if Elijah was honest with himself, he preferred the first explanation. It would be nice to think that those tiny, flickering lights so visible in the deep dark of the swamp were the spirits of his parents, who just wanted one last opportunity to say goodbye. He sighed, trudging along. Fortunately, his thick scales proved a good deterrent to the biting insects that pervaded the environment, so he was only uncomfortable, rather than subject to whatever diseases they inevitably carried. As he slowly pushed deeper into the swamp, Elijah could feel everything via one with nature. Snakes, monstrous catfish that lived in the tangled roots of cypress trees, and reptiles of every sort were the most common, but Elijah felt plenty of frogs swimming to and fro as well as birds nesting in the tops of the trees. There were even quite a few fiddler crabs, with their single oversized claw, skittering along beneath the surface of the murky water, unseen despite growing to sizes that would have dwarfed a black bear. Most of the beasts in the swamp left him alone, but every now and then, one would dart close to inspect the large predator in their midst. That never lasted long. The moment they caught a whiff of him, or rather, his lamellar ape form, they ran away. Elijah wondered if any had originally intended to attack, or if they were simply curious. There was no way to know for sure, but it was a good question that occupied one facet of his mind for a little while. Like that, hours passed, and night truly enveloped the swamp. If he hadn't been mired in muck and filthy, stagnant water, Elijah might have considered the landscape beautiful. There had always been something mystical and evocative about swamps, a trait that was only exacerbated by unique traits like the swamp lights. Or perhaps it was the simple mystery characteristic to truly wild places that had remained untouched by human hands even before the world had been transformed by the touch of the world tree. Swamps had always been dangerous partially because of the native wildlife, which trended towards the deadly, but also because of how easy it was to lose oneself within that watery maze of cypress trees, and Elijah was well aware of just how true that still was. One bite from one of the obviously venomous snakes that slithered nearby, and most people would die in minutes. The same was true if they fell afoul of the alligators poised to ambush any prey that wandered nearby. Or the giant spiders whose gossamer webs blanketed the entire canopy for whole acres. It was a deadly dangerous place, and Elijah suspected he was one of the few people on Earth who could traverse it with any real expectation of survival. So he continued on, keeping his senses trained on his surroundings as he searched for a sign of Connie the alchemist or the man's daughter, Bryce. But as he waded through the swamp, he caught the scent of something else. Something reptilian. But also alien. Elijah was busy trying to figure out what was different about it when he finally felt his quarry on a small island amidst the stagnant water. Connie was huddled beneath a boat that had been overturned. Normally, the flat-bottomed vessel wouldn't have offered much protection, but against something as large as the enormous fiddler crab snapping its single, overlarge claw against the metal hull, the makeshift defense was just enough to stymie it. The crab was only a little smaller than the ones on Elijah's island, though even from a distance, he could intuit that it was much more dangerous. Size wasn't the only measure of a creature's lethality, after all. In fact, it probably wasn't even the best way to judge any given opponent. In any case, Elijah knew he had to step in, or the overgrown crustacean would figure out how to flip the comparatively light boat over. So, without any further rumination, Elijah charged forward, propelling himself through the stagnant water with his massive strength. The crab was so determined to tear its way through the boat's hull that it never even saw Elijah coming. With a grunt, he hit the beast with a shoulder charge, flipping it end over end as it skipped across the water. A moment later, it hit a cypress tree, then fell into the water with a splash. Elijah spread his arms wide and declared his dominance via a massive roar. It was a challenge, and one the crab had no interest in meeting. After the creature righted itself, it skittered away, disappearing beneath the surface to bury itself in the muck. Elijah didn't relax until the thing passed the outer boundary of his senses, disappearing from one with nature. Only then did he let himself shift back to his human form. With one hand, he reached down, grabbed the edge of the boat, and flipped it over. Kenny, who turned out to be an incredibly thin, pale-skinned man wearing a straw hat and a great, bushy, and gray beard, thanked him by trying to stab him with a trident. Or was it a pitchfork? Elijah slapped the weak attack aside, saying, "Stop that. I'm here to help." "Who are you?" the man asked, his voice carrying an accent that belonged to the American Deep South. "Name's Elijah. Marcy asked me to help, Kenny." It only took a cursory look to see that Kenny was grievously wounded. Not only were his clothes stained red with blood, but he smelled of decay and disease. Couple that with the deep, black bags beneath his eyes and his pallid complexion, and Elijah could intuit an infection of some sort. "What got you?" Elijah asked. "Giant nutria," Kenny grunted, referring to a breed of semi-aquatic and invasive rodents originally native to South America. They'd long since spread far beyond their original ecosystems. "Shoulda brought Bessie with me. Nothin' messes with me when she's round." I could see how that would be the case. "You mind if I heal you?" Elijah asked, already summoning healing rain. "Or do you have a potion or something you're waiting to use?" "Heals. Please."
Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Elijah raised his hand and approached slowly. He didn't want to get a pitchfork in the stomach, after all. Fortunately, Kenny was lucid enough to distinguish friend from foe, so he only flinched a little when Elijah placed his hand on the man's neck. And he almost recoiled at what he felt. "How are you still alive?" Elijah wondered, already pulsing touch of nature. He also used essence of the boar and aura of renewal to augment the man's natural healing and defenses. "You've got more poison than blood in you." "Leeches," Kenny said. "You use leeches?" "No. I'm confused." "No. Leeches got me when the boat got flipped," the alchemist explained. "They're not normal leeches. They got a bit of venom in M. And there was a lot of M." "Huh," Elijah muttered as he continued to heal Kenny. "How ain't you the just as bad off?" he asked, obviously wondering why Elijah had been assailed by the same leeches. "Special Druid secret," Elijah answered. "Now, Marcy sent me out here to find you and a girl. You're the first part. Where's the other? Why are you helpin'?" "I'm a helpful guy." "Most ain't." "I'm not most," Elijah stated. "Listen, I don't think it's smart for you to be out here right now. There's something around here that doesn't really belong. I don't know what it is, but it's different. Alien." At first, Elijah had thought there was a guardian around, but he felt that it was something else. At least it wasn't a Vox. "That's the Hydra." "Hydra? A mutated beast, I think. Bunch of heads. Like a blend between a gator and a python. Or maybe a viper, considerin' its poison." "A Hydra. That's what I said." "How big is it?" "Bigger'n Bessie. At least twice her size." We don't normally go anywhere near its territory, but... But what? It's gettin' bigger, Kenny said. The Hydra is growing, asked Elijah. No, it's territory. I'm scared it's gonna attack the house. We got kids there. Move, Elijah suggested. Can't. Why? We was here first. Kenny growled. Them kids need this. Explain, Elijah said, still healing the mun. Kenny took a deep breath, then said, them ain't our kids. Not by blood. After that, he went on to explain the situation. Soon after the world's transformation, Kenny, who insisted on being called Constantino, stumbled upon a half-submerged church van. The driver was already dead, but the children inside were still alive. I done what anybody would've, he said. Rescued M. Loaded M up in the boat. But their time in the swamp had changed M. That's why I took the alchemist class. I wanted to help M. And I figured it out. Then, he explained the solution. As it turned out, the children were only healthy so long as they got a very specific potion twice a day. Otherwise, they would quickly grow ill and die. I'm just trying to keep M going until they can get an archetype. A class, maybe. If they get enough constitution, they can survive. I know it. Till then. And the ingredients are native to this swamp, aren't they? Elijah asked. Constantinos nodded. Well, shit. Ain't that the truth? Clearly, Constantinos couldn't move his family. But if he was right about the Hydra, they couldn't stay either. Not so long as the Hydra remained. The solution seemed simple. Killing the Hydra would solve the problem. Yet, Elijah was conflicted. Still, he was a human first and a Druid second. Besides, the lives of those children were at stake. Sure, he intended to approach the situation with as much tact as possible, but if it came down to a choice between the Hydra and Constantino's family, he knew which one he'd choose. But first, he needed to find the girl, Bryce. So he asked, your daughter. Do you know where she might have gone? South. I can show you. No, Elijah said. You need to go back to your compound. He had a feeling it was going to end in a fight, and one Constantinos was ill-suited to confront. Of course, the alchemist argued. It was his daughter out there, and he had no intention of abandoning her. Yet, when Elijah pointed out that, even after being healed, he was in no condition for a trek through the swamp, Constantinos backed down. After that, Constantinos seemed to accept his limitations and described the area where Elijah might find the girl. He did add that Bryce might not actually be there, saying, but that's where the herbs we need are located, and she knows that. It's the best lead we got as to where she went. I'll find her, Elijah promised. What about the Hydra? Asked Constantinos. Elijah shrugged. I'll deal with it, he said. Then, after getting the alchemist back in the boat and sending him off, Elijah shifted back into his lamellar ape form, and once again set off across the swamp. And as he did, that reptilian smell, he couldn't describe it any other way, grew stronger until, at last, he caught sight of the Hydra. The monster was much as Constantinos had described it. Its 3 heads were like giant boa constrictors, though with a few extra ridges around the eyes, and its body was distinctly crocodilian, with green-brown scales and a thick, ridged tail. The moment Elijah laid eyes on it, he knew it was no natural creature. Not to Earth, at least. In retrospect, he'd felt the same about the sovereign spider that had guarded the pass through the mountains, though he'd been incapable of understanding what it meant. To a lesser extent, he recognized it from the people of Ironshore as well. Clearly, the Hydra hadn't originated on Earth. Neither had the panther on his island. Or the bear. But while those creatures had felt like they belonged, the Hydra did not. To him, that confirmed that the Hydra wasn't a guardian either. Instead, it was something else. It was alien. It was a monster. Still, as distressing as that realization was, Elijah was more concerned with the girl who'd climbed one of the cypress trees in an attempt to escape the monster. Elijah could scarcely see the girl, as she was hidden in the branches, but he certainly heard her scream. He also saw the small fireball she tossed down at the Hydra. It hit with a splash of flames, but the spell had very little effect on the monster. And it was a monster. Elijah was sure of that. He didn't know precisely what made it so different or why he recognized it, but he was absolutely certain that the Hydra was not of Earth. Of course, given its appearance, that should have been obvious, but the injection of Ethera into the ecosystem had mutated much of the native fauna, rendering many creatures unrecognizable. Yet, it was obvious to Elijah for some inexplicable reason that was not the case with the Hydra. Regardless, he didn't have leave to ponder the situation, because the creature chose that moment to attack. Not the girl, who was out of reach. Rather, it targeted the tree itself, snapping out with its powerful jaws to chip away at the trunk. One head struck. Then the next. And finally the third, digging deep into the tree, which shook with every impact. Given what Elijah saw, he knew it wouldn't be long before the tree fell. And then, the girl Bryce would be defenseless against such a powerful creature. Elijah represented her only chance at survival. He needed to act, and quickly. Whatever moral quandaries he'd experienced concerning the fate of the Hydra faded next to the immediate danger posed to the alchemist's daughter. Fortunately, Elijah was in the proper form for a reckless charge. So, without giving it any more thought, he threw himself toward the Hydra. In his lamellar ape form, he was not sneaky. Nor did he pretend to be. Still, the Hydra was so focused on its intended prey, and he moved so quickly that he managed to take it by surprise. He barreled into the monster, sending it tumbling into the water. But it recovered quickly, one of its heads snapping out to latch onto Elijah's shoulder. He'd used iron scales before impact, but the monster's fangs still managed to pierce his thick hide. He felt the injection of venom burn its way through his flesh, but he was more concerned with the fact that the other two necks had wrapped around him like constrictor snakes. The pair of struggling titans splashed into the water, where the Hydra clearly had an advantage. Its heads continued to snake around him, and when they'd wrapped around his torso a few times, they started biting. The first bite that managed to pierce his scales sent an injection of potent venom scorching through his muscles, eliciting a burbling gasp. Meanwhile, as they fought for leverage, Elijah struggled to free himself, and to little effect. Fortunately, he didn't need to breathe. Otherwise, he might have drowned. Even so, he couldn't keep himself from experiencing a brief moment of panic that the monster continued to use to its advantage, snapping out a dozen times in the space of a few seconds. Some of its bites were turned away by Elijah's defenses, but more than enough made it through. He wrestled with the monster, rolling through the water as the increasing volume of poison coursing through his veins became an ever more urgent issue. It wasn't debilitating, but if the fight went on much longer, he knew it would be. Fortunately, Elijah wasn't without his own advantages. He used rage. Then, he snapped out, wrapping his jaws around the Hydra's nearest neck. Its flesh parted beneath the force of his mighty bite, and he ripped away a chunk of muscle and scales. The monster went wild, its heads writhing. That gave Elijah just enough room for a gambit. He transformed into his human form, giving himself more space, then kicked off one of the rapidly constricting necks and launched himself free just in time to avoid being crushed. He sailed through the air, then skipped across the water before thudding into another cypress tree. Most facets of his mind went fuzzy, but a couple remained clear enough to cast a pair of spells. The first was Healing Rain, which dumped rejuvenating precipitation on him. The second was Touch of Nature. The combination of the two healing spells was enough to banish most of the poison, but it didn't get everything. Without the enhancement of his Crook of the Serpent Healer, even that would have been nearly impossible, especially in the short time he had available. That highlighted just how useful the new staff was, though he had no time to appreciate his weapon. Once he was healed, Elijah shifted back to his guardian form. But he didn't charge the creature. That had proven a bad strategy. So, as the Hydra righted itself and faced off against him, he approached carefully, his own tail swaying back and forth in the murky water. The monster hissed with all three heads, though the one from which he'd taken a bite was clearly wobbly. That was the point of weakness. All he needed to do was finish the job he'd started, and hopefully, the monster would bleed out. Already, it was pouring gallons of blood into the swamp. Elijah just needed to hasten its eventual demise. But he knew he needed a different strategy, especially when he saw that the blood loss had begun to peter out. He needed to act fast. So he bent every facet of his quartz mind to thinking of a solution. And with all that brainpower working in his favor, it wasn't long before he chose a course of action. Once he did, he bunched his muscles, then once again threw himself at the monster. It cocked its head back, ready to strike. Yet, when Elijah had made it halfway, he leaped high into the air, and the apex of his jump, he switched to his draconid form. Even as he fell, the creature struck. However, it was incapable of understanding why its formerly huge opponent was now a quarter of its size. So its attacks were clumsy, ill-timed and poorly aimed. Moreover, in his draconid form, Elijah was far more dexterous, so when the strikes did come, he had no issues with slapping them aside and using his momentum to launch himself at his target. But he didn't attack the Hydra again. Instead, he kicked off the monster, marking it with brand of the stalker, then leaped in the direction of the girl. As he flew through the air, he switched back to his lamellar ape form. He landed only a few feet from the tree and shouted, "Get on my back. Your dad sent me." It came out in a roar. But to her credit, the girl didn't hesitate. Elijah wasn't sure if she'd seen his human form, and that was why she trusted him, or if she was just desperate enough to trust a lizard ape. But she leaped from her branch without delay. Unfortunately, her aim was terrible, so Elijah was forced to catch her. He did, then threw her over his shoulder and beat a hasty retreat. The Hydra followed. The girl screamed. She also cast a fireball in its direction, but as before, it was useless. Elijah wasn't counting on her help, anyway. Instead, he was wholly focused on running. His reasoning was twofold. First, he hadn't come just to kill a Hydra. His primary objective was to rescue the girl. Perhaps he'd come back and fight the monster, but not until Bryce was safe. Second, he'd seen something during the brief standoff. The wound he'd inflicted on the Hydra was healing, and at a visible rate. Because that was what Hydras did, wasn't it? In mythology, when one head was removed, two more would grow back in its place. He didn't know if the real version of the creature was the same, but it was clearly capable of healing even from grievous wounds. That, in turn, meant that any fight against the monster would take some time, and given his most important goal, Elijah wasn't willing to do that. So that only left retreat. Unfortunately, the Hydra was more accustomed to its natural environment, so losing it even with his massive strength to propel him at ridiculous speeds took quite a while. Elijah ran deeper into the swamp, until he stopped even trying to wade through the water. Instead, he leaped to a cypress branch and channeled his inner monkey, using his long arms to throw himself across the canopy. After that, he quickly left the Hydra behind. And even if he hadn't, it would have been incapable of reaching him. After all, as the girl had proven, the monster couldn't climb trees. Eventually, long after they'd left the monster behind, Elijah spied a bit of dry ground. He landed with a thump, then lowered the girl to the ground. During their retreat, she'd passed out, and it wasn't long before Elijah realized why. She'd taken a couple of bites from the Hydra, as evidenced by the 3 puncture wounds on one of her shoulders. They'd already clotted, so the bleeding was minimal. However, one sniff told Elijah that she was under the effect of the monster's venom. So he gently lowered her to the ground and shifted back to his human form. A second later, he used Healing Rain, then started in on her with Touch of Nature. When he did, he couldn't help but recognize how severe the internal damage was. How she hadn't already died, he had no idea, but her organs had already begun to shut down. More, the muscle around the wounds had nearly liquefied under the caustic venom. Hoping he wasn't too late, Elijah continuously cast Touch of Nature. Slowly, the venom retreated, but even after he'd finished it off, the damage it had wrought still needed to be repaired. So he kept going, one cast after another until, at last, the final wound closed. Only then did the girl's eyes flick open. And when they did, she hastily scrambled away in an awkward crab walk. For his part, Elijah held up his hands and said, "It's okay. You're safe." He looked around at the inhospitable environment. "Well, safe-ish. Where am I?" "Who are you?" she demanded. Then, she looked down at her ripped shirt. She hadn't been exposed, but her t-shirt was in tatters. So, she threw her arms over her chest and hugged herself tightly. Seeing how uncomfortable she was, Elijah unshouldered his pack, retrieved one of his shirts, and tossed it to her. She caught it. "For your modesty," he said. She quickly turned her back and donned it. As she did, Elijah asked, "How did you get the attention of that monster, anyway? You didn't answer any of my questions. I saved you. You abducted me. You jumped on my back. Or tried to. I ended up having to catch you, though. Your falling aim is terrible," he insisted. "Why would I abduct a skinny little, you-know-what? Fine. You're saved. Make your way back home on your own." Elijah shifted back into his guardian form and started to leave. The girl cut him off by screaming, "No. Don't go." He turned back to her, asking, seriously, "Do you want me to stay? Or do you think I'm some creepy kidnapper?" Elijah knew she was just a contrary and frightened child, but he definitely didn't like the implications of her accusations. "Stay. Please." He'd never really intended to leave. If he'd had to, he would have thrown her over his shoulder and taken her back home, regardless of what she said about him. Yet, he preferred it if she went willingly. "Fine." With that, he resumed his human form. "I'm Elijah," he said. "And you're Bryce. Your mom sent me after you. And Dad? Fine, last I saw him. Should be home by now," Elijah answered. "Which is our next stop, by the way?" "Your turn." "What? How did you get treed by a hydra?" "Oh. Well, I was trying to get these herbs and I know why you came out into the swamp." "I'm asking why you picked a fight with that monster," Elijah elaborated. "I didn't." "Sure. Then tell me what happened. Why did you go anywhere near it? And don't tell me you didn't know it was there. I saw that thing well before it saw me, and I wasn't even trying to be sneaky." I tried to kill it," she said. "Really? I thought I stood a chance. I have my archetype and everything. That thing is probably level 50. Wait. Do monsters have levels? Or just sapience?" "I mean, it makes sense that they would have levels," Elijah said, tapping his chin. "I guess I could ask Kurik. I think he intimated that animals did. The orcs definitely. But what are you talking about?" Bryce asked, her hands on her hips. The girl was tall, even taller than Elijah himself, which really wasn't that big of an accomplishment, and had the gangly awkwardness of most tall teenagers. Otherwise, she was just a normal-looking kid, with blonde hair she wore in a single braid. "Just saying that you had absolutely no chance of killing that monster," he said. "You're lucky you weren't immediately eaten. How are you alive, by the way? That poison should have killed you." "I had a potion." "Ah. It's a good potion." "That's for sure," Elijah admitted. Anything that let someone as weak as her survive that venom was powerful. Perhaps Konstantinos was a higher-leveled alchemist than Elijah had originally thought. But potion or not, that was still stupid. "You realize that, don't you?" "Maybe," she said sullenly. "But I didn't have a choice. It was, oh God." "What?" "The reason I attacked it. It was heading toward the house." "Shit," Elijah muttered. If it had been heading in that direction, it just confirmed that it intended to expand its territory. And Elijah wasn't willing to let it accomplish that goal. Bessie the alligator was assuredly a great protector, but against the Hydra, the beast had no chance. "Guess we're doing this, then," he said. "I hope you're feeling better, because if that thing started back toward the house as soon as we lost it, I don't have time to drop you off. And I can't leave you here." The last thing he wanted was to bring a teenager along with him in a fight that would almost assuredly take everything he had. But as he'd said, there wasn't much choice in the matter. So, after giving Bryce the benefit of 2 enhancements, Aura of Renewal and Essence of the Boar, he shifted back into his lamellar ape form and said, "Hop on. We've got a monster to kill." "Idiots," said Roman with disgust as he looked out across the battlefield. The sun had long since set, and even though thousands of fighters had already fallen, the battle continued to rage. At one point, the sky had lit up with hundreds of spells, and of all sorts, but most of the sorcerers and other casters had quickly run out of Ethera. Now the air was filled with the clash of metal on metal as the more physical combatants fought a bloody, and ultimately pointless fight. Roman had no idea why Arbor's leaders had been so resistant. They were clearly outmatched. The battle had been decided before it had even begun. And yet, those leaders had sent their army to die in the field against Easton's superior force. Certainly, Arbor had more people, but numbers were largely unimportant. When quantity and quality clashed, the latter would win every time. Even so, Roman was anxious. It had been quite some time since he'd left the friendly and empowering confines of Easton, and though he was one of the strongest people on the field, he didn't have the safety net of the seal of authority to back him up. After all, aside from providing a few measly attribute points, it only worked in the city. So, if he were attacked, he would have to rely on his own abilities rather than the powerful item. Yet, he refused to show his anxiety. Instead, he stood, straight-backed and wearing the armor Carmen had created for her second-in-command. As he gazed across the battlefield, he rested his hand on the false dragon Fong. He knew he cut a striking figure, and one that his people could both respect and aspire to match. He was an inspiration. An example for all of the people who loved, respected, and admired him. A specter of fear for those who might harbor notions of opposing him, too. "The battle is going well," Fiona said. "As always, Your Majesty's leadership has seen us through to victory." "It is not won yet," Roman stated, raising his chin at the compliment. Or Fiona's statement of fact. The coming end of the battle was a herald of His Majesty, and proof that he had been chosen by the system to usher humanity into a new age. It was practically divine right. True. But with your leadership, success is inevitable. Roman permitted himself a slight smile at that. Night hung over the battlefield, but with the stars and a full moon casting their light upon the clashing warriors, everything was visible. Most of Arbor's forces had been defeated, but there were still a few large pockets of resistance. Most notably, at the center of their defensive line was their leader, Morgan. He was a hulking brute of a man, with a massive beard and more muscles than he knew what to do with. But more than anything, when Roman looked at the man, all he could think of was the brute's indignity. He stood shoulder to shoulder with his lessers, risking his life like a common soldier. More, he'd paid no attention to his grooming, and he wore armor that looked fit for the scrap heap. By comparison, even the lowliest of Roman's fighters wore better gear. That was due to the sheer volume of cold iron they'd mined in the past few months. Carmen had done the lion's share of the work in getting Silverado established, a task Roman had given her more to get her out of the way than because he cared about the potential benefits of such resources, but since her ouster, he'd sent almost 1,000 people into the mines. The results were obvious. With their high-quality blue and white armor, his people fought better, and were far more durable than any force Arbor could muster. The only reason the battle had gone on for so long was due to the fact that Easton's army had originally been outnumbered nearly 2-1. In the center of it all was Laramie, his long dreadlocks flying as he whirled around like he'd stepped out of a comic book movie. There was so much wasted motion. So many unnecessary twirls and flourishes. Yet, even as distasteful as it was, especially to someone like Roman, who had become something of an expert in the noble art of swordfighting, it was effective enough. Roman could only think that the general's high attributes and useful skills were the reason. Certainly, it wasn't his sword-fighting techniques. Does he believe he's attending a dance? Roman groused. Fiona, who was the only one near enough to hear him, answered, he is a showboat. A selfish combatant who cares more about how he looks than the effectiveness of his abilities. I've seen 3 people die while he twirls around like a ballerina. It's disgusting. Roman couldn't disagree. But he wasn't surprised. The man was no soldier. Instead, he'd relied solely on his personal prowess and charisma to lead his warband. And while they had been effective against anyone with even a little discipline, they had been doomed to fail. More than once, Roman had wished he could have spared the time to wipe them out, but his plans required a larger army than Easton could field. So the warband was necessary. Even if using them and their flashy general left a bad taste in his mouth. More worrying was the man's potential influence on the more disciplined soldiers native to Easton. The last thing Roman wanted was for them to look at Laramie and try to copy his reckless and selfish style. He was no example, and the soldiers of Easton needed to be reminded of that. After this battle, make certain that our people spend the next few weeks drilling, he said. Have the sergeants focus on discipline and conformity. We must present a unified front. I do not want any of our corps soldiers infected by that man's influence. So it will be, Fiona intoned. After that, the two went silent, and Roman watched the battle continue to unfold. It went as well as he could have expected, though Easton's armies lost more people than he wanted to consider. Yet, Arbor's force was even harder hit, and after a few more hours, only one pocket of resistance remained. Morgan himself stood among 100 of his strongest and deadliest fighters. Most wore similar armor to the man himself, which meant they were a lusterless bunch who looked like they'd never given any thought to their appearance. They stood in stark contrast to Easton's fighters, whose armor still gleamed blue and white despite the blood and gore of the battle. Laramie stepped forward, calling out, Morgan. Face me yourself, and your people will live. What is he doing? Roman spat. That wasn't the plan. There was no reason to face the dangerous leader of Arbor in single combat. The battle was already won. Even if Laramie was victorious, there was nothing to be gained. But if he lost, Easton would be down a general. And while Roman didn't approve of the man's style, he knew that the warband's inclusion in the armies of Easton was still too new. Without Laramie, they would drift away. Or cause problems. The big leader of Arbor stepped forward, hefting his giant glaive upon his shoulder. Such an inelegant weapon with a laughably low bar for basic competence. He bellowed, You want some of this? I do, Laramie replied, also stepping forward to stand before his people. The battle had all but stopped, the exhausted combatants having stepped back for a brief respite. Here's the deal. You fight me. If I lose, you'll get to go back to your city, where you can hole up and resist for as long as you want. But if I win, your people surrender. They'll be treated well. You have my word on that. Your word means nothing, warlord, growled Morgan, spitting on the ground. Besides, you're not in charge, are you? Where's your little king? If anyone should fight me, it's that coward. Roman's grip on his sword's hilt tightened. Do not rise to his taunts, your majesty. He barely heard Fiona's words, he was so angry. After everything he'd done, after all that he'd sacrificed, someone had the audacity to question his courage. He'd fought and bled for Easton. He'd conquered a tower. He'd done things no man should be asked to do, and all so that they could have a chance at survival. And this barbarian insulted him. It was untenable. But it was also the reason he'd never intended to give Morgan the chance to speak. The man was an uncouth commoner. A common warrior with more muscles than brains. And he needed to die. So Roman strode forward, shouting, You wish to face me, Morgan. So be it. Fiona said something to try to stop him, but Roman refused to hear her. Instead, he embraced Assassin's vigor, which quickened his reactions. As he crossed the battlefield, he drew his sword. No one moved. They didn't dare. Even the enemy watched with anticipation, as the king of Easton descended from on high to walk among them. When he reached his own soldiers, they parted before his passage, and soon enough, he stood next to Laramie, who wore a smirk upon his disrespectful face. "Good of you to join us, your majesty," the dreadlocked man said. "Perhaps you can show us how it is done." A hush fell over the battlefield as thousands of soldiers focused on the two men standing a few dozen feet from one another. "Very well," Roman said softly. Then, without warning, he used his newest ability, called predation. Predation. Disappear from sight, teleporting behind your foe. Charge based on dexterity. Current, 2, cooldown based on dexterity. Current, 7 minutes. The moment the ability activated, he disappeared, and an instant later, he was behind Morgan. Then, his sword flashed as he used to eviscerate. His single stroke, which Morgan had somehow managed to dodge, was followed by a dozen more, all in quick succession. The big man couldn't stand up to all of them, and soon enough, his armor parted and blood flew. He used some sort of ability which cloaked him in green light, but it was useless, because Roman had followed it up with a spell. Weaken. Inflict your opponent with crippling weakness, cutting their attributes by 60%. Duration based on dexterity. Current, 3 seconds. Even as Morgan staggered, wounded and weakened, he swung his great halberd around. But by that point, Roman had already gotten too close. He used murder. Murder. Instantly slay anyone weaker than you. Viability based on total power. Cooldown based on cultivation level. Current, 7 weeks. Roman buried his sword in the man's chest, concealing his use of the ability. Morgan, of course, was already dead. It was a shame, too, because Roman would have preferred to make some scathing and belittling remark. Still, the situation had worked out in his favor. So he pushed the huge man away, letting him clatter to the ground in his cheap armor. Then, Roman looked around and said, "Take them all into custody. No one else dies unless absolutely necessary." Then, as he strode back toward Laramie, the forces of Easton surged forward. With what they'd just seen, Arbor's army was in no state to fight. After all, Morgan was the strongest among them, and he'd single-handedly kept them from being routed. If he had fallen so easily, then what chance did they have? "Impressive," Laramie said with a smile that bordered on insolence. If Roman hadn't just used all of his most powerful abilities, he might have killed Laramie then and there. But with only his second tier of spells available, he knew any ensuing fight would be annoyingly close. "As befits your status, my king." Of course, no one else knew just how limited he was. For a single fight against someone at or below his own power level, he was nearly invincible. Yet, if someone was much stronger than him, he would struggle. Or if he had to fight multiple people at once. Still, his skill set was perfect for reminding his underlings why he was the one in charge. Fortunately, Morgan had only been a couple of levels above Roman, so when he'd used Weaken on the barbaric man, it had opened him up to murder. The rest was just pantomime meant to disguise his true abilities. Still, as annoyed as he was at Laramie for putting him in such a position, Roman was satisfied with the way things had turned out. Not only had they defeated Arbor's forces, but he'd gotten the chance to show how powerful he was. In addition, he'd gained quite a few more prisoners, which he hoped to put to good use sooner rather than later. After all, his strategy of leveling via the execution of prisoners was still ongoing. Yes, he was well on his way to satisfying the requirements of his quest. More importantly, he was on the verge of becoming the savior the people of Easton and perhaps Earth needed. "What are you humming?" asked Bryce, who was perched on Elijah's shoulder as he made his way through the swamp. Because of her gangly height, she kept digging her knee into his neck, which was both annoying and awkward. So he distracted himself by dipping into the facet of his quartz mine dedicated to monitoring his domain. There was something altogether comforting about focusing almost entirely on his island, about knowing where everything was, and where it was supposed to be. With every other facet of his mind, he concentrated on his surroundings. After all, the swamp was still a dangerous place, and he didn't want to be caught unawares by a powerful beast with a grudge. And apparently, he'd lapsed into humming. Under pressure, he said. By Queen. God. How old are you? What? I'm not, oh no. What? She hissed, digging her fingers into his scales. Or trying to, at least. As she did, she whipped her head around, presumably searching for some attacker. I just realized that I'm over 30, he groaned. In his lamellar ape form, it came out as a growl. In the shape of the guardian, everything did, really. It's official. I'm ancient. It's all downhill from here. Indeed, at some point during his tenure on the island, he'd left his 20s behind. He wasn't precisely sure exactly what date it was, but judging by the seasons, he'd reached the ripe old age of 32. That number had once seemed incredibly high. In a lot of ways, it still did. You scared me to death. Don't do that, the girl said, slapping him on the side of the head. There wasn't much force behind it, but Elijah wasn't sure if that was because she was incapable of hitting him harder, or if she had intended it playfully. Regardless, it was annoying, which was a good description of his every interaction with Bryce. I wonder if I was as annoying as you when I was a teenager. I don't think so. But I'm sure you don't think of yourself like that either, he said. I'm not annoying. You really are. You're the one growling something by the Queen. He let out a low, rumbling sigh. Not the Queen. Just Queen. You know, Freddie Mercury. The best rock band to have ever existed. Bohemian Rhapsody. We will rock you. Under pressure. You know, Queen. Ugh. A dad band. They're not a, you know what, never mind, he muttered. They're too good for your ears anyway. You probably like some vapid Disney singer or something. You don't know anything about me, she argued. I'm not like. Shoo. Don't shoo me. I said shut up, he hissed, forcefully lowering his voice. The Hydra is up ahead. About 100 yards away. Oh, Bryce responded in a whisper. So what's the plan? I was thinking of throwing you at it like a baseball. What? I'm kidding. Shut up. Don't tell me to. In fact, here, Elijah said, grabbing the girl around the waist and shoving her onto a nearby branch. He looked up at her, saying, don't move. Unless I die horribly. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but who does, right? If I get slaughtered by the mythical monster over there, you can move all you like. Probably in the other direction would be my suggestion, but that'll be up to you. With that, Elijah turned back to the Hydra in the distance. It didn't look like it was in a hurry, which was a good thing. If it had been, it would have probably already reached the house. As it was, the thing was still almost a mile off, at least as far as Elijah could figure. Distance and direction were, at times, difficult to gauge in the swamp, so there was every chance that his estimate was a little off. Regardless, he had his target in sight, and he had a couple of ideas about how to kill it. So he shifted into his human form and waded forward as quietly as possible. He regretted it instantly. There was something altogether grotesque about the way the mud and muck squished between his toes that was so much worse when he wasn't covered in scales. On top of that, his clothes and equipment immediately soaked through. At least he didn't have to deal with the leeches, though. Using one with nature, he felt a few nearby, but they didn't seem interested in him. Odd, but he wasn't going to argue with it. Slowly, Elijah waded closer until he was only a dozen yards away. Then, he adroitly climbed one of the nearby cypress trees. And once he was nestled safely among the branches, he used swarm. The murky water roiled as 1,000 leeches manifested and immediately went for the Hydra. Even as they latched onto the curious amalgamation of snake and crocodile, Elijah raised his hand and cast Calamity. Clouds formed overhead, and the wind quickly whipped into a frenzy. Meanwhile, as the ground shook, the Hydra, who was already under assault by the leeches, sank into the mud. Waves of murky water crashed into the monster as it struggled to dislodge itself from the mire. At the same time, it aimed its ire at the comparatively tiny leeches latching onto its limbs. Each strike destroyed one of the leeches, but there were so many that the overall swarm was barely impacted. Elijah cast Shape of the Predator, shifting into his draconid form. It was ill-suited to swimming, but it was perfectly at home among the tree branches. So, after using Guise of the Unseen, the Hydra still had no idea he was even there. He dashed across the limb where he'd been perched and leaped to another. His feet hit without even a whisper of sound, and he continued to race along the canopy until he was directly above the Hydra. Then, he used Venom Strike and Predator Strike before descending upon its bulky body. The moment he landed, he snapped out, wrapping his jaws around one of the monster's necks, then squeezing with biting force that would turn a real alligator green with envy. And it was just as effective as he'd hoped. He didn't just tear a chunk out of the thick and sinuous trunk of a neck. Instead, he snapped it into two, sending that head flopping into the water. Elijah didn't stick around to watch, though. Instead, even as the Hydra bucked and twisted, sending its remaining two heads to attack him, he retreated along its spine, scratching and biting the whole way. Even the tiniest nicks in the monster's thick scales was enough to inflict an instance of contagion, which Elijah hoped would add a significant burden on the creature's regeneration. When he found the monster's tail, he marshaled his strength and leaped, sailing high into the air until he latched onto another tree limb. The Hydra, who'd whipped around to follow him, slammed into the tree's trunk a second later. Despite Elijah's high dexterity, the sudden motion combined with his unsure footing to shake him free of the branch. He plummeted toward the murky water, or more importantly, the increasingly enraged Hydra. Knowing he didn't have much choice, Elijah shifted into his guardian form. The transformation didn't complete until after he'd splashed into the murky water, but only a second later, with the Hydra bearing down on him, Elijah erupted from the mire and hit the monster in a thunderous tackle that smashed it into the nearby tree trunk. The cypress cracked under the Herculean impact, but Elijah didn't see it fall. Instead, he was wholly focused on fending off the remaining two heads. As they had in their first fight, the necks wrapped around him like the largest anacondas in existence. In only a second, he was being squeezed with enough force to crush a boulder. However, Elijah was much sturdier than any large rock, so he bore the pressure with stoic resolve. Yet, he knew it wouldn't last. As strong as he was, and even with his massive constitution, he had limits. And the Hydra was capable of pushing him past them. On top of that, the fanged heads had already returned to their tried-and-true strategy of trying to fill him with holes. What's more, Elijah was horrified to see that the stump of the head he'd severed had already sprouted two more heads. Earth's mythology had somehow gotten it right. For every head he removed, two more would take its place. On top of that, its clearly superior regeneration had already worked to counteract the tidal wave of afflictions that had come via contagion, the claws of gluttony, and the army of leeches that had descended upon it. Elijah once again activated Rage, which had just come off cooldown. And thankfully, that sudden surge of strength gave him just enough power to gain a little room from the constricting necks. He used that to lash out with his jaws, repeatedly ripping chunks away until the monster finally relented. Even as it reeled, Elijah burst free, grabbed it by the neck, and with a mighty heave, started to spin. At first, the enormous monster refused to move. However, Elijah had spent more than a week toting multi-ton stones, and the Hydra, as big as it was, didn't compare to those hunks of rock. So, after only a little struggle, he was successful. He spun. The Hydra hissed and spit and bit. Elijah had used iron scales, so the monster's fangs mostly skipped off his hide as he pivoted, dragging the creature through the water by its neck. The first revolution was slow. The second picked up some speed. And by the third, Elijah was moving fast enough to make himself dizzy. He kept going for 3 more revolutions until, at last, he released the Hydra. It skipped across the water before slamming into a tree. Even from dozens of yards away, Elijah could hear bones cracking from the impact. Or perhaps that was the cypress tree, because only a second later, it tipped over to fall atop the fallen monster. Elijah loped in that direction, fully intending to rip the monster to pieces. Sure, its regeneration was insane. It had proven that. And it could regrow its heads. But Elijah was willing to bet on his own power in a match with the Hydra's regenerative abilities. So he cut across the intervening distance, hellbent on finishing it off. However, just before he reached it, 3 serious problems presented themselves. First, the tree into which he'd thrown the Hydra just happened to be where he'd left Bryce. She'd tumbled free when it had fallen, and she seemed to have made it through okay. Except that she was distressingly close to one of the monster's heads, which had snaked out from beneath the tree, clearly intent on claiming a victim. The second issue was the venom coursing through his body, burning its way through his muscles and veins. His own regeneration was not up to the task of dealing with that much damage, and he knew he was only minutes away from death. His body would degenerate beyond his control well before that, though. Already, he could feel his muscles liquefying beneath the weight of so much venom. And finally, the third problem was that there was a new arrival to the battle that presented itself by erupting from the mud and muck to clamp a giant, oversized claw around his waist. Elijah had no idea why the fiddler crab had chosen that very moment to act, but it was the worst possible time. Even as the crab tried to snip him into 2 pieces, the Hydra's head snapped out, intent on ending Bryce's life. She screamed. Elijah roared. And the Hydra hissed in what sounded like glee. Yet, there was nothing Elijah could do. Time felt like it was moving in slow motion as Elijah struggled against the fiddler crab's oversized claw. Even as he levered it apart, he knew it was pointless. The girl, who was fiercely trying to scramble away from the Hydra's snake-like head, was going to die. He could see that as plain as day. Then, he felt something coming. Something big. Something scaly. Something alligator-y. Bessie raced through the swamp with unmatched speed and barreled into the recovering Hydra, jaws first. The monster reacted the same way it had against Elijah, by wrapping its necks around the newcomer. However, Bessie had not come alone. Indeed, Constantinos was perched on the giant alligator's back, a glass vial in either hand. Screaming a high-pitched war cry, he tossed the potions at the Hydra, where they hit and shattered with an audible sizzle. The monster reeled, and Constantinos, wearing a massive straw hat and a pair of overalls, reached down to his daughter. She grasped his hand, and he yanked her onto the alligator's back. But as bombastic as Constantinos' entrance into the battle was, his potions were largely ineffective as anything but distractions. Fortunately, he recognized that, and Bessie ripped free of the Hydra's attempts to constrict her, then swam away. The Hydra tried to follow, but the swamp was the alligator's natural habitat, and if she didn't want to be caught, she wasn't going to be. That distraction gave Elijah the time he needed, and he used that to lever his hands beneath the fiddler crab's enormous claw. With his massive strength, he levered the claw apart, then dove away just in time to avoid being snared again. But the crab was persistent, and it wasn't going to be ignored. So, rather than attack the Hydra, which was still trying to catch Bessie, Elijah had to turn his attention to the giant crab that had interrupted the fight. He launched himself at it with bestial fury, grabbing its eye stalks and yanking them free. The crab went wild, spinning around and snapping its huge claw. But Elijah wasn't caught unaware, because if there was anything he knew, it was how to kill giant crabs. After all, he'd hunted them enough on his island that he could call himself an unmatched expert in crab slaying. So he dove beneath the beast, and when he reached the center of the crab, he pushed himself upward. A second later, he pressed the van-sized creature above his head. It didn't go willingly, kicking its legs and snapping its claw ineffectually. Elijah heaved it toward the Hydra. Like a skipping stone, the monster bounced off the water, then hit the reptilian creature hard enough to send it pitching sideways. It didn't like that, and it reacted like any monster would to a new threat. For a second or two, the 2 enormous creatures engaged in a furious battle. The crab managed to snip a few chunks of flesh from the Hydra's torso, but it was clearly incapable of standing up to the mightier monster's concerted attacks. As a result, it was only a few moments before its shell cracked beneath the Hydra's powerfully constricting necks. It didn't last long after that. But it was the delay Elijah had needed to shift back to his human form and use healing rain. He also pulsed Touch of Nature a couple of times, bringing himself back to workable condition. He would have preferred a few more, but that just wasn't in the cards. As he cast, he yelled at Konstantinos, "We need to stop it from regenerating." "Ain't got nothin' can do that," the alchemist yelled from where he'd directed Bessie to stop. "Shit," growled Elijah. It was clear that he was going to have to do it the hard way, which meant wearing the Hydra down, one bit at a time. There had to be a limit to its regeneration, after all, and Elijah knew that the only chance for Konstantinos and his family to survive was to find that limit and push the monster past it. So he once again used Swarm, then Calamity. Leeches surged all around the Hydra, latching onto its legs and the lower half of its body. All the while they administered their afflictions. In the meantime, the other spell went to work, causing chaos as well as minor damage against the powerful monster. But Elijah was more concerned with the distraction as he leaped up to a branch and pulled himself free of the muck. When he did, he shifted into his draconid form. In the chaos of Calamity, the Hydra had lost track of him, so he had no issues with adopting the guise of the unseen. Under the cover of his stealth ability, he stalked forward, leaping from one branch to another until he was directly above the Hydra. Then, as he had before, he pounced and bit. This time, he targeted the base of the neck, ripping through it with his powerful jaws. At the same time, he latched on with his front claws, digging in as he raked his back claws across its scaled hide. He ripped it to shreds, but more importantly, he administered a multitude of instances of contagion. Without his quartz mind, he wouldn't have been capable of multitasking like that, but with it combined with his high dexterity, he had no issues controlling each of his limbs independently. His opportunity was limited, though. So as he felt the Hydra recover, he bounded away, and another head flopped free. He knew it wasn't going to be enough. Already, there were two other heads growing from the stump of the other neck he'd severed earlier in the battle. But he could only hope to overwhelm the monster's regeneration. As he reached another limb, Elijah considered another solution. It was a long shot, but as he raced across the limbs, he wondered if it was precisely the strategy they needed to win the fight. So, after shifting back to his human form, and once again using Swarm and Calamity, which drained his Ethera to a shocking degree, Elijah shouted down to Konstantinos, "I need fire. Fire. Burn the stumps." Konstantinos yelled back, "I don't. I can do it." Bryce interrupted, a fireball already blooming at her fingertips. Before anyone could stop her, she aimed that ball of fire at the Hydra and tossed it. Of course, it went wide. Elijah could empathize. After all, he'd been forced to spend countless hours practicing with Storm's fury before he could even begin to rely on his aim. Yet, as understandable as her poor technique was, it had the unfortunate consequence of summoning the ire of the Hydra. It raced forward, one full-sized head, and two that were only half the normal size. Though that meant they were still as big as a normal anaconda. On top of that, Elijah could see a couple of much smaller snakes already wriggling free of the other stump. Instead of his various afflictions taxing the monster's regeneration to failure, it seemed that its power of healing had only increased. But more distressingly, the Hydra's sudden charge had taken Bessie by surprise. She dashed to the side, her meaty tail propelling her away with frightening speed. So she wasn't in any danger of being caught. Yet, that sudden movement had sent the unbalanced Bryce tumbling face-first into the water. With its other target having already dashed out of range, the Hydra was quick to reorient on the fallen Bryce. Even as Konstantinos shouted and tried to redirect Bessie, the Hydra bore down on the teenage girl. Elijah made a decision. He knew he didn't have much chance. Each time he'd tried to fight the monster in his lamellar ape form, he'd gotten the worst of the exchange. Sure, he'd escaped a couple of times, but he'd gotten to the point where if he took too many more hits from those venomous fangs, he would run dry of Ethera. Yet, he couldn't stop himself from leaping to the girl's rescue. Shifting into his guardian form midair, he leaped upon the Hydra's back. It reacted the same way it always did, by abandoning every other goal to wrap its neck around Elijah's body. It squeezed and bit. He returned that with a couple of bites of his own. However, with the combination of the monster's enormous regeneration, and the fact that he didn't possess any venom of his own, not in the lamellar ape form, at least Elijah definitely got the worse of the exchange. The monster repeatedly struck, subjecting him to increasingly more venom. At the same time, it squeezed. Vaguely, Elijah was aware that the others were trying to help, but his every thought was focused on doing as much damage as he possibly could. Somewhere in the back of his mind, beneath all the pain of having his bones crushed, and the burning venom coursing through him, he thought that if he did enough damage, it might give Konstantinos and Bryce a chance to survive. Yet, if he'd have looked at it objectively, he'd have recognized just how useless it was. However, he had one more card to play. One more ability to use. Guardian's Renewal beckoned. With a flick of his mind, Elijah could completely recover. But to what end? Even if he returned to complete health, he was still trapped. It would only prolong his life for a few more minutes. Fortunately, he was not alone. Bessie returned to the fight, Konstantinos roaring from her back as the alligator leaped free of the swampy water and snapped her jaws shut on the Hydra's lone remaining full-sized head. With the famous biting power of her species, she ripped through the thick muscles and severed its spine. And just like that, Elijah was falling into the water. He still had the neck wrapped around him, but its muscles had lost all tension, so he had little trouble tearing free. Once he did, he was forced to use Guardian's Renewal to combat the venom melting through him. He threw himself free of the water, wrapped his claws around the half-grown heads, and used every point of strength he could muster to wrench them free of the stump. They resisted for a brief moment, but after only a second, muscles tore and bones of the monster's vertebrae broke. "Burn it now," he screamed. Bryce was close enough that her poor aim was inconsequential, and after she summoned her fireball, she tossed it at the monster's stumpy neck. Then she did it again. And again after that. Flesh seared, sealing the monster's healing. But Elijah knew it was a long way from dead. So, leading the way with his claws, he leaped upon the monster's back and started digging into the wounds he'd already inflicted. At first it seemed ineffective, but after only a few moments, he began to make progress. A little while longer, and he'd managed to reach its organs. Then, Elijah switched to his draconid form, using the last of his Ethera in the process. But it was necessary. Not only did the form come with the passive enhancement of contagion, but in that shape, he could also repeatedly use venom strikes so long as he had plenty of stamina. And considering that Guardian's Renewal had returned his body to perfect condition, he had plenty of stamina to spare. So, without having to worry about retribution, he went to work, using venom strike with every single swipe of his claws. He quickly became fatigued, but the effects were noticeable as thick, black tendrils of rot spread through the Hydra's organs. But the monster's regeneration was ridiculously powerful, and it waged quite a battle with Elijah's efforts. Still, after a few more minutes, it finally started to lose ground until, at last, the Hydra perished. By that point, Elijah was running on empty. His Ethera was gone. His stamina was depleted. And he'd used every cooldown he had. Yet the monster was dead. And he'd received quite the reward for it as well. He looked at the last notification in a long list. "Congratulations. You have reached 61 attribute points allocated according to your class." It was an incredible boost, and more levels than he'd gotten at one time since he'd been forced to mercy kill the panther. More importantly, he'd passed level 60, gaining a new ability. And it was a powerful one, too. Riding an alligator in the middle of a swamp was an odd sensation, but Elijah had to admit it wasn't even the strangest thing to have happened that day. Instead, that label belonged the fact that he had battled and defeated a literal Hydra, not unlike the one from Earth's mythology only an hour before. It was just one more oddity to add to the list of curiosities he'd experienced since Earth was touched by the World Tree. And he knew it wasn't going to be the last, either. The world had grown into something magical and often unrecognizable, so the existence of mythological beasts shouldn't have even moved his needle. Yet it had, largely because the thing had been powerful enough to nearly kill him. In fact, if it hadn't been for the quick intervention of the other two people riding the alligator, and Bessie herself, he would have found his end at the bottom of the Hydra's gullet. Of course, he never would have been in the swamp if it hadn't been for Constantinos and his wayward daughter, Bryce. Still, seeing the father and daughter together, he considered his labors to have been worth it. At that moment, Bryce glanced back at him and frowned. "Why are you grinning like that?" "It's creepy." "You're creepy," Elijah countered. "What does that even mean?" "Nothing." The teenage girl shook her head and rolled her eyes before turning her attention back to the swamp before them. Elijah needed to do no such thing. Or rather, he was already paying attention to everything around them via one with nature. He didn't need his eyes to see everything in the general vicinity. So he once again turned his attention to the day's gains. First, he looked at his updated status. Name: Elijah Hart. Level: 61. Archetype: Druid. Class: Animist. Specialization: Not applicable. Alignment: Not applicable. Strength: 94-72. Dexterity: 79-64. Constitution: 72-62. Ethera: 70. Regeneration: 84-64. Attunement: Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body. Core. Mind. Soul. Stone. Hatchling. Quartz. Neophyte. He still had his enhancements or buffs, as the people of Argos called them, active, so his attributes were pretty well inflated. It was especially noticeable because of his equipment, which added an extra 12 strength and 5 dexterity. It would have been even more if it had been a bit chillier. After all, because of the cloak of the Iron Bear's cold-blooded ability, he would gain attributes as temperatures dropped. Not very useful in the hot and humid swamp, but at least temperate still kept him from sweltering. In any case, his attributes had well and truly reached superhuman levels. Of course, he already knew that. It hadn't been that long ago that he'd toted multi-ton rocks for miles in order to build his dragon circle. Still, it was nice to see his power quantified by hard numbers. However, Elijah was more interested in the new addition to his spellbook he'd received after crossing the level 60 threshold. Soothe. Heal a large amount of damage over a short amount of time. Duration, 60 seconds. He'd already tried it out on Bryce and Constantinos, both of whom had taken incidental damage during the fight, and he was pleasantly surprised by the effects. From what he could tell using that small sample size, the new spell worked like a combination of touch of nature and aura of renewal. It lasted 60 seconds, but during that time, it injected a small amount of healing for every 3 seconds that passed. Altogether, those 20 pulses were slightly more effective than a single cast of touch of nature. Yet, it had both pros and cons due to the nature of the spell. It took 60 seconds to get the full effect. That meant that it wasn't sufficient to combat truly urgent needs. However, it made up for that with its efficiency as well as convenience. It cost a fraction of the Ethera necessary to cast Touch of Nature, which meant that it was far and away the most efficient method of healing he had available. And on top of that, it had one major benefit: he could cast it from a short distance away, no more than 10 feet, he'd found. That had always been the issue with Touch of Nature. As the name implied, it required that he touch his patient. Soothe solved that problem, though in a roundabout way. It wouldn't replace Touch of Nature, he was certain. But rather, it would be a nice addition to his spellbook. Already, Elijah was thinking of 100 different situations where it would have come in handy, but the most recent battle against the Hydra was the most glaring among them. If he'd had that available, he might not have had to use Guardian's renewal to curtail the effects of the monster's venom. But what was done was done. Hopefully, he wouldn't need the powerful restoration before the week-long cooldown was up. All of that went through Elijah's mind as they cut through the swamp. As it turned out, he'd gotten turned around at some point, and they were much further away from Constantino's homestead than he'd first expected. So it took a couple of hours before they reached the collection of tin-roofed houses. When they did, they were greeted by the same gaggle of excited children, and a very relieved-looking Marcy. It wasn't long before they climbed onto the dock, and Elijah was shown to an outdoor shower stall. Thankfully, it was enclosed, so he wasted no time before he stripped off and took a shower using his homemade soap. He also took some time to wash the muck from his clothes, though much of it persisted through his efforts. He could have used some of his cleansing powder, but he didn't have enough to just use it whenever he liked. Besides, he knew he still had some time left in the swamp after all. It was still between him and Seattle, so he figured he'd wait until he'd left it behind before truly banishing the muck from his life. Still, he spent a good while making sure he got his clothes as clean as possible. Then, he donned a different and clean set of clothes so he wouldn't contaminate the house. Thus clean, he gathered his things and headed inside, where he found the chaotic situation he should have expected, given the number of children. "Sorry," said Marcy, looking up when he came into the living area. "Bit of a madhouse, ain't it? Never thought I'd have 10 kids to care for at my age, but it is what it is, I guess. Wouldn't trade it for the world." The interior of the house was cozy, with a rough-hewn look that matched the exterior. However, it had that ephemeral quality that was hard to pin down but marked it as a home, rather than simply a house. Part of it was atmosphere. Some of it was the presence of soft fabrics, knickknacks, memories, pictures. Elijah hadn't felt anything like it since he'd been in his childhood home. Sure, his treehouse on his island was his home. But it certainly wasn't homey. After a few moments, Constantinos led him out to the back deck, where they sat in a pair of chairs that overlooked the swamp. Night had begun to fall, which cast the mire in deep shadow. That same air of mystery Elijah had experienced before returned, and now that he wasn't waist-deep in murky water, he could truly appreciate it. Constantinos offered him an unmarked, brown glass bottle, saying, "My special brew." "Beer?" asked Elijah. The thin man nodded, then scratched his beard before taking off his cap and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Don't know how you stand wearin' that fur coat in this heat," the man said before taking a sip of his own beer. Elijah did the same, then settled back in his chair with a sigh. "Just part of my style," he said with a grin. "So what's the deal with the alligator? She's a guardian, right? Where's her natural treasure?" Constantinos shook his head before taking another pull from the bottle. "Some strangers came in and took it. Giant sunflower. It was at least 4 feet across," he said. "They came in, attacked her, then made off with the flower. She was too wounded to follow. That's how I found her. My pops used to work a gator farm down in the glades, so I always had a soft spot for 'em. Anyway, I brewed up some potions and nursed her back to health. After that, she followed me home. Been with me ever since." "Interesting." "Yep. Way I see it, she replaced the treasure she lost with Garden, me and the kids," he said. "Normally, she don't take kindly to strangers. Makes it odd that she seemed so taken with you. Not my first encounter with a guardian. They like me. Class. Archetype. Plus, I know how to treat them. Give them some food, and most of the time, they come around pretty quick. Ain't that the truth?" After that, the pair lapsed into an easy silence that lasted until the sun had fully set. Then, Constantinos said, "I just want you to know how much I appreciate what you did. Not many folks would step out like that and risk theirself." "You're welcome. But I think more people than you think would have done the same thing," Elijah said. "I know there are probably some rough people out there. Some bad ones. But I have to believe there are plenty of good ones, too. I've run into a few. Hope you're right. I don't want the kids to grow up in the kind of world where folks won't help one another out. Me neither. That's when Marcy came outside to tell them that dinner was ready. She'd made chili, which, as luck would have it, was one of Elijah's favorite foods. So he ate it gratefully before turning his attention to the children. After a bit of prodding, he tried to address their issue, but it wasn't long before he recognized that there was nothing to heal. Not really. It was more like their bodies had changed. So he had no choice but to assume that Constantino's assessment was correct. Hopefully, when they reached the age where they could choose an archetype and start leveling, they would get better. Until then, the potions were the only choice. I have another alchemist friend who might be able to help, Elijah said in the wake of his failure to fix the issue. He settled onto a couch with patterned upholstery that belonged in the early 80s. I don't know if he'll want to come all the way out here, but I'd be happy to ask. That offer was met with enthusiastic approval. Soon enough the children were put to bed, leaving Elijah alone with the adults. And Bryce, who seemed a little less annoying than she had in the swamp. Apparently, her parents had made it abundantly clear how disappointed they were with her actions, which had subdued some of her spirit. Or perhaps that was the blatant consequences of her actions, which had very nearly gotten them all killed. Contrition was probably a good reaction to that sort of thing. In any case, she soon disappeared into the back of the house as well, which gave Elijah the opportunity to tell Constantino's and Marcy an abbreviated version of his story. He left out the more magical bits, only telling them that he'd been stranded alone for quite some time. And now I'm trying to get to Seattle to see if I can find my sister, he said. Marcy shook her head, saying, to think that Seattle is as close as it is now. Before the world changed, this was Louisiana. I don't really know how close it actually is, Elijah countered. It could be 1,000 miles away for all I know. It ain't, Constantinos stated. That's where the men who took the sunflower came from. I heard 'em talkin' about it before I knew what they was about. It ain't close, but it ain't thousands of miles away, neither. They made that clear. That was an encouraging statement. Soon, it was time to retire for the night. They didn't have an extra bed, but they gave Elijah some blankets and a pillow so he could sleep on the couch. He'd certainly slept on worse, so he was grateful for their hospitality. It wasn't long before he'd settled in. Before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he acknowledged that he felt good about his actions. Not only had he gained some levels, but he'd also helped good people, which was equally important. So he went to sleep satisfied with the day's work. Carmen was in her element. After spending so long away from the forge, she'd nearly forgotten how much of her identity had become wrapped around being a blacksmith. But now that she'd been given access to a smithy, even if it was poorly equipped, she was reminded why she'd chosen the path of the crafter that first day of the apocalypse. At the time, she'd thought it was because of her past working with primitive skills, but since then, she'd come to recognize the simple joy of creation that came from her work. That was why she did it. And more than anything, she wished Miguel would follow in her footsteps. Being able to hold his own in a fight was important. Necessary, even. However, she'd never wanted him to devote his life to violence. Still, the boy had all but chosen his path. He worshipped Colt, and he spent the vast majority of his time training. She just hoped he wasn't doing it solely in pursuit of a revenge he would probably never get. Carmen had followed that path, albeit briefly, and she knew it was bound to end in ruin. She didn't want that for her son. Since her failures, and there were so many of them that she'd lost count, she had vowed to leave that sort of thing behind. Instead, she would focus on survival. And once that was assured, she would rededicate her life to creation. Because that was infinitely better than pursuing violence. Of course, Carmen wasn't so deluded that she thought she'd always feel the same. Anytime her mind fluttered past the memories of what Roman had done to Alyssa, and to Colt, as well as all the people who'd died in the rebellion, her anger flared. Working the forge was a useful coping mechanism for that. Nothing was quite as therapeutic as repeatedly banging her hammer into hot metal. Well, nothing except doing the same to a certain tyrant's head. Perhaps she hadn't moved quite as far past the notion of violence as she wanted to believe. In any case, she focused on the task at hand, which was to bring the town of Eber's smithy up to her standards. The first step was repairing the forge, which was little more than a fire pit surrounded by a few bricks. Such a design was serviceable, but it was better to build an actual furnace, if for no other reason than so that it could maintain heat for longer. In the back of her mind, though, Carmen could acknowledge that her insistence on building a proper forge was based at least partially on a sense of completion and order. Such a structure appealed to her perfectionism. With that in mind, she started in on the process. It wasn't difficult. There were plenty of bricks around. On top of that, she could spare the Ethera to use bond to create an airtight seal between bricks. It was time-consuming, though, and it took most of the day to finish the project to her standards. After returning to the longhouse to eat a hearty meal that tasted better than almost anything she'd ever eaten, Carmen started in on creating a proper anvil. Once that was finished, she forged some tools. And finally, just before the end of the day, she completed work on a pedal-operated grinder. As she stood at the entrance to the smithy, she put her hands on her hips and let out a relieved sigh. It had come together better and more quickly than she ever could have expected. Much of the burden had been eased by her various techniques and skills, but her inflated strength certainly came in handy as well. "Oh, this is wonderful," came Wendy's voice. Carmen turned to see the gray-haired woman grinning broadly as she beheld the remodeled smithy. "So," she said, "it's passable. I still need a proper smelter. And I'd like to forge some good files for detail work. But for now, it'll do the job." "It is fantastic," the woman insisted, clutching her hands before her. Carmen wiped her dirty hands on a rag, then wrapped it over her shoulder. "I can't believe none of you are crafters," she said. "How did that happen?" "A quirk of coincidence," Wendy answered. "Some coincidence. What about the two missing people?" she asked. They'd only been in Eber for 3 days, but each night had seen a single deserter. First, it had been Diana, but then Seth had disappeared during the second night. Now, Teresa, of all people, was missing. "Our hunters tracked them for a few miles," Wendy said. "But we didn't dare go any further than that. The wilderness is dangerous." Carmen sighed. "You don't have to tell me that," she acknowledged. It was terrible that the others hadn't even bothered to tell anyone they were leaving, but she understood it. They were probably resentful to have been banished like everyone else. Or that was how Carmen justified their sudden departure. In the back of her mind, though, doubts persisted. She chose not to pay attention to that sort of paranoia. Eber had turned out to be a paradise. The people were kind, there was plenty of food, and there was a chance for each of them to create a real life. Even more importantly, they didn't have to worry about monster attacks. The 3 days of safety they'd experienced since their arrival had been enough to bring Carmen nearly to tears. No, if the deserters couldn't see what an opportunity the town represented, that was their problem. "Can you make equipment now?" "We do not have much steel, but we have done some scavenging," Wendy stated. "Yeah," Carmen answered, looking at the scrap metal with which she had been provided. Most of it was rebar, but there were some old car parts and a lot of steel tools as well. In all, there was at least a few £100 of usable material, which meant that it was enough to make plenty of equipment. "What do you want me to work on? Armor or weapons?" "Armor. You know a good weapon can make." "Armor, please. Especially breastplates. As sturdy as you can create," Wendy stated. "All right, I can do that," Carmen said. "But I can't get started until tomorrow. Is that okay?" "Of course," Wendy answered. "You should work at your own pace. Obviously." "Oh. Good. I'm starving." Hearing that, Wendy smiled broadly and ushered Carmen through the town, and to the longhouse, where everyone else had already begun to dig into the extravagant meal they'd been provided. "You really know how to put on a feast," Carmen said, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. "Indeed. It is the one thing we can do well," she said. "Go. Eat. We'll talk about your project in the morning." Carmen didn't need any more encouragement, and she quickly found a spot at the table, where she started shoveling meat, potatoes, and vegetables onto her plate. As she ate, she steadily lost all sense of decorum, and soon enough, she was using her bare hands to stuff as much food as she could into her mouth. Even after she'd sated her hunger, she kept going. It wasn't until she felt like she was on the verge of bursting that she leaned back and really looked at the people who'd followed her into exile. Each and every one of them had food and grease smeared all over their faces. They were all smiling, too. However, there were a couple with tears streaming down their cheeks. Clearly, they were overjoyed at the abundance before them. It was a testament to how much they'd been through that a simple meal could bring them to tears. She was busy ruminating on that when someone grabbed her shoulder. Instincts born from weeks in the wilderness, where every step brought new threats, came to the fore. She whipped around and exploded out of her seat. Before she knew what she was doing, she had her assailant by the throat and had slammed her against the wall. That's when her mind caught up to her instincts, and she realized who it was. A blonde woman, the same one who'd greeted them on that first day, stared back at her, clearly unimpressed. Carmen released the woman's neck, vaguely noticing that her fingers had left no marks. In fact, the blonde woman's skin hadn't felt quite right. Not nearly as elastic as normal skin. Perhaps it was a skill. Or maybe her constitution was just that high. In any case, Carmen was embarrassed to have reacted so violently, so she said, "I'm sorry. Old habits." "It's fine," she said. Then, her eyes flicked to the others at the table. Carmen followed her gaze, but she was surprised to see that no one had reacted to her outburst. Instead, they continued to stuff their faces. The woman asked, "May we speak in private?" "What I have to say is not for Willa," came a shout from the door. Carmen turned to see that Wendell was standing there, anger clearly etched on his face. "Leave our guests alone. You have responsibilities." Willa started to say something, but then thought better of it. With a sigh, her shoulders drooped and she said, "Yes. I was just here to ensure our guests had everything they needed." "They do. I see that now. I will take my leave," Willa said. Then to Carmen, and without moving her mouth, she whispered, "Run." After that, she slipped around Carmen and marched toward the door. Confused, Carmen watched the woman until she'd left the longhouse behind. The moment she was gone, the kindly-looking Wendell grinned broadly and asked if everyone was enjoying their supper. When they said they were, he encouraged them to eat. "There's plenty more where that came from." Then, he left everyone, including a slightly confused Carmen, behind. "What's up, boss?" asked Colt, looking up from where he'd been shoving food into his face. He looked so uncharacteristically enthusiastic. Normally, he was the epitome of stoicism. But now, Carmen's issues melted away. "Nothing," she said, "the incident all but forgotten. Just making sure we have everything we need." Then, she sat down and continued to eat, not stopping until the last of the food was gone. Even then, everyone present looked for more, and when they didn't find it, they left disappointed. That night, Carmen slept poorly, so she was a little cranky and hungry when she woke up the next morning. Fortunately, there was another feast for breakfast, which everyone took to with gusto. But there was one person missing. "Where's Charles?" she asked around a mouthful of porridge. Colt shrugged. "Must have wanted to move on," he said. "Same as the others." "Right," Carmen muttered. Was she so terrible that the other refugees would leave such a paradisiacal town just to get away from her? Clearly, they'd harbored quite a lot of enmity, if they'd so readily leave safety, food, and community behind. And without even saying goodbye. She looked around. How many others were planning to leave? They all looked happy enough, but so had the others. Sighing, Carmen pushed away from the table. "You're done." "There's plenty left," Colt said. He'd already eaten what had to be his weight in porridge and fat, greasy sausages, but he'd kept going all the same. There was something else off about him, though Carmen couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Still, it was like a burr in her mind. "Not hungry," she answered, gripping his shoulder reassuringly. It was clammy and wet with sweat. "I'm going to get the forge up and running, see if I can start working on the armor Wendy asked me to make. I need to earn my keep, after all." "Suit yourself," he said, going back to his meal. That's when she realized what was wrong. "Where is your sword?" "Oh, that. I didn't think I needed it round here," he said. "No monsters to fight, right? Why would I carry that useless thing around?" That made sense, though it still struck Carmen as wrong. But if he didn't want to carry a sword, she certainly wouldn't make him. The less violence in the world, the better, as far as she was concerned. So, with a shrug, she once again reiterated her plan, then headed out to the forge to get to work. As she traversed the village, she couldn't help but notice how many of the townspeople watched her, most of whom wore the same blank expressions that she'd seen from a few people the first time she'd led her people into town. "Weird," she muttered, wondering if she'd done something wrong. Perhaps they were angry that she hadn't held up her end of the bargain. That made some sense. So Carmen resolved to get a few pieces done, just to show that she was willing to work for all that amazing food she'd been given. Elijah finally climbed free of the bog with a deep sense of relief that was so prevalent that it made him want to simply flop onto his back and rest. Yet, just because he'd found the edge of the mire, that didn't mean he had fully left the swamp behind. The ground was still moist, and the same wildlife still pervaded the environment. So he knew he still had miles to go before he could realistically put the swamp behind him. So he continued to trudge along, one facet of his mind focused on his surroundings while the rest were dedicated to his wandering thoughts. He'd left Constantino's homestead behind 3 days before, but he still couldn't escape idle speculation as to their condition. The children, especially, worried him. Even so, there was nothing he could do for now, so he struggled to push them out of mind. Instead, he tried to focus on what was ahead. Chiefly, he thought about Seattle, and what he hoped would be a reunion with his sister and the rest of her family. Alyssa had visited about a year before he was diagnosed with terminal cancer, but even before the world had been transformed, it had been years since he'd seen Carmen or Miguel in person. Had they changed as much as he had? What archetypes and classes had they taken? He knew Alyssa well enough to expect her to have chosen something action-oriented. She was a fighter, and her archetype choice would have reflected that. As for Carmen, that was a bit more difficult to predict. From her physique, most would have anticipated a warrior archetype for the stocky Latina. Yet, Elijah expected that she would have chosen something with more utility than that. As far as Miguel, he wasn't even old enough to have been offered an archetype. From the guides Elijah had read, that usually didn't happen until a year or so after puberty, and for humans, that meant somewhere between 14 and 16. For Bryce, she'd gotten her sorcerer archetype a few days after she'd turned 14. Given that around 4 years had passed since Earth had been touched by the World Tree, Miguel would be 12 or 13. So there was every chance that he was on the verge of receiving his archetype. Maybe he could be a druid, too. It would be nice to pass his knowledge on to the younger generation. But then again, Elijah had been told that druids were fairly rare. On top of that, they were generally considered a weak archetype, at least until they got a few levels under them. Versatility usually came with a distinct cost, bringing to mind the old saying about being a jack of all trades but a master of none. Of course, there was more to that quote. "A jack of all trades is a master of none," Elijah said aloud. "But is oftentimes better than a master of one." So perhaps the Real quote was even more applicable than the shortened and often mistaken version would suggest. In any case, he wasn't so sure that he had a lot of knowledge to pass on to any potential students like Miguel. More often than not, he flew by the seat of his pants, and while that had so far been successful, it wasn't very helpful in a teaching endeavor. Elijah knew because he'd worked various stints as a teacher's assistant during graduate school. And to put it mildly, he was not good at it. Perhaps that had something to do with his general apathy towards his former field of study. Regardless, as he left the swamp behind, Elijah amused himself by imagining how he might impart his druidic knowledge to another generation. Like that, time passed and the landscape changed. Swamp gave way to lowlands, and those lowlands became a coastal plain, which was odd, considering that, as far as he could tell, there was no ocean nearby. Just more evidence of how the world had been transformed. None of the terrain made any sense, and the signs of former habitation were scattered. It wasn't uncommon to find bits of a suburban neighborhood right next to untapped wilderness, and Elijah even stumbled across the aftermath of a broken dam that had ended with an entire town flooded. He didn't have the fortitude to investigate further. But judging by the fact that only the tallest buildings were visible above the new lake, Elijah expected that the death toll had been quite significant. He had no interest in seeing that, so he quickly left the site of that tragedy behind. There were also plenty of old businesses, strip malls, and big box stores. Elijah did take the time to investigate those, though he found nothing of worth aside from a few extra containers. Even if he'd found something interesting, he wouldn't have had the space to take it with him. His pack was bigger on the inside than it appeared to be from without, but Elijah estimated its carrying capacity was only around 3 times that of a normal pack of its size. So space was quite limited. The end result was that he passed up quite a few things he thought would be useful. Like when he found an intact electronics store stocked with all sorts of entertainment options. Sure, he didn't have access to electricity. The transformation of the world had ruined the power grid, but he expected that solar panels might work. Not that he had any of those available, and even if he did, he wouldn't really have the expertise necessary to get what he wanted out of them. Still, that small issue aside, and as eager as he was to introduce some of the people of Ironshore to the glories of the cinematic experience, he simply didn't have the means to tote a 70-inch television around. But he did snag a small but nice collection of classic DVDs, and a laptop computer, just in case he found what he needed to make them work. It was an odd feeling, walking through the ruins of a civilization he'd once taken for granted. On the one hand, he was reminded of the sheer degree of consumerism that had infected Earth, but on the other, he also couldn't forget all the convenience he'd once enjoyed. Never was that clearer than when he'd pass a half-destroyed fast food restaurant, or an abandoned Starbucks, which inevitably prompted distinct cravings for a Big Mac or a cappuccino. But those cravings went unaddressed. Sure, he had his tea. And his berries. He'd also developed at least some level of ability as a campfire cook. But there was just no substitute for the sugary drinks or greasy foods to which most of America had been addicted. Eventually, though, Elijah crested a low hill, and he saw a huge, white house surrounded by manicured grounds characterized by lines of ancient oak trees. Nearby, Elijah saw a small town of low buildings, and on the far side of the settlement, there were acres of corn stalks. For a long time, he just watched. There were probably 200 people dwelling in the town, and around 30 or so that lived in what looked like a plantation house. The two populations intermixed, though, and to Elijah, they looked fairly happy and prosperous. So, after making sure he wasn't about to walk into a dangerous environment, he descended the hill and approached the walled town. There he saw a couple of men standing guard. Both carried compound bows made of some sort of composite, and were dressed in blue jeans and t-shirts declaring their outdated loyalty to one sports team or another. "Where'd you come from?" asked one of the guards. He was middling height, with a slight paunch and a bald head beneath a red cap. The other man was dressed similarly, though with a black cowboy hat. He was also a few inches taller and a lot more muscular, though Elijah thought there was enough resemblance between the pair that they could have been brothers. Or at least cousins. Whatever the case, he answered, "Most recently, a swamp that I wouldn't wish on anybody. But before that, a town called Argos." "You American?" asked the muscle-bound guard. "Of course he's American, idiot," said the shorter man as he dismissively slapped his comrade in the arm. You heard him, right? The system translates stuff. Accents, Bruce, said the shorter man, shaking his head. The translation doesn't do anything for accents. Use your brain, for God's sake. Then, he turned his attention back to Elijah and said, You sound like a Yankee. Where are you from? Originally, I mean. Before everything got all jumbled up. Hawaii. Oh. Did that end up around here? Elijah shook his head. I was on a plane that went down when everything happened, he admitted. Oof. Must have been rough. Elijah shrugged, saying, It wasn't a picnic, I can tell you that. But I survived. Yep. That's all any of us can do. So what brings you to our little town? Looking for my sister. She lived near Seattle. I heard it was in this direction, so that's where I'm headed. Yep. It's about 300 or 400 miles that away, the short man said, pointing to the southwest. Don't recommend you go there, though. Last I heard, things were bad around there. Class war. Poor folks fightin' the rich. Bad stuff. Glad we never had issues with that here in Velosta. That's the name of the town. Plantation, really, the guard answered, shifting uncomfortably. Elijah could understand that. The label definitely came with some undesirable connotations, especially given the guard's dark skin. Or it used to be, I guess. Now it's just a big house with good farmland all around. Only reason any of us survived. But enough about that. You looking to stay the night? Or were you wanting to keep going? I could use a meal and a nice bed, Elijah admitted. Well, then you're in luck. You want the Dragonbound house. Used to be a bed and breakfast. Now it's a tavern. But they still rent rooms when we have travelers come through here. That sounds great, Elijah said. And he meant it, too. He didn't mind sleeping outside, but he definitely preferred a bed when he could get one. After that, Elijah paid the 1 copper entry fee, then headed into town. As he walked down the main street, he was reminded of the area where he'd found the bear and the mushroom natural treasure. There was just something unmistakable about small-town America that made it instantly and recognizably comfortable. Velosta was small, only about 20 total buildings, but it hosted a few businesses. Elijah recognized a tailor, a cobbler, and even a couple of bars. In addition, there was a small diner that was calling his name. So he stepped into a place called Mel's, where he quickly planted himself at a long bar. As he unshouldered his pack, a man stepped out of a storage room and said, Don't recognize you. Yeah. Just passing through. I had a craving for something greasy, Elijah said with a grin. You help me out with that? The man returned Elijah's grin with a smile of his own. I believe I can. We've had good hunting lately. You like venison? I do. Venison patty melt comin' right up, then, said the man. After that, he went to work. As he did, he introduced himself as Mel, which Elijah probably should have guessed. Soon enough, the smell of cooking meat and the sound of sizzling grease filled the air, and Elijah asked, You cooking with gas? Or is that griddle electric? Electric. There's a bunch of wind turbines about 2 miles from here. Good bit of the grid survived, too. So the town has power, Mel answered, flipping a ground venison patty. Made survival a lot easier. Every now and again, we have to do maintenance, but we've got a few folks around here who know a thing or two about it. So it's all still in good workin' order. Lucky. Ain't that the truth, said Mel with a nod. We've gotten our fair share of travelers. Seattle's not that far away. And there's some Turkish city off to the west. A Korean city to the north, too. None of 'em are in good shape, but there's a fair amount of trade between 'em. So we get people from time to time. Interesting. Have you done any traveling yourself? Me? God, no. Not that brave. Our hunters range pretty far, though. After that, Mel started talking about his son, who happened to be one of the town's dedicated hunters. Elijah could recognize fatherly pride when he heard it, which warmed his heart. Apparently, Velosta was one of the towns where people had banded together, which was always nice to find. Soon enough, Mel served Elgia the best patty melt he'd ever eaten. Sure, the bread was cornbread, which gave it a bit of a crumbly consistency, but it didn't hurt the taste. In fact, given the construction of the sandwich, it probably wasn't even a patty melt at all. But as Elijah ate it, he cared less about what it was called and more about the greasy, crumbly goodness he was stuffing into his mouth. After eating, Elijah paid Mel, then headed to the bed and breakfast the guard had mentioned. Once there, he met a thick-bodied and kindly woman who set him up with a room. Elijah was happy to find that it had an attached bathroom, so he wasted no time before stripping down and showering. He'd bathed a few times in various streams and ponds along the way, but there was nothing quite like taking a long, hot shower. He also took the time to use a good portion of his cleaning powder on his clothes, gear, and most importantly, his cloak of the Iron Bear. Once that was done, he collapsed onto the bed and promptly fell asleep. "Can I help you, friend?" asked the man leaning against the door frame in the back of the shop. He was tall, though not nearly as tall as Thor, with a slender waist and wide shoulders. It was the build of a warrior, yet Thor suspected that the man was no true fighter. However, there was a sense of menace about him that made Thor hesitate to force anything. "I seek a druid," Thor stated. "I'm an arms dealer, not a rumormonger," he stated. "You want weapons? I'm your man. I even a few pieces of decent armor. Our adventuring team recently completed a run of the tower, so I don't need your trinkets." "Ah, see, that's where you're wrong, friend. Everyone can use a solid weapon. Sure, you've got that spear. Nice weapon. Probably suits you quite well. But everyone can use a backup, right? And a big fellow like you, with those arms. You seem like an axeman," the merchant said. "I can." "Enough of your babble," Thor growled, his fingers tightening on the haft of his spear. "Tell me about the druid." "You should watch your tone, friend," the arms dealer said, his demeanor shifting. "You're number 3 on the list, but how do you think you'd fare against an entire city? We only have one person on the power rankings, but I can tell you right now you cause trouble in Argos, and you'll not leave here alive." At that moment, Thor sensed something strange. A weakness he couldn't explain. "What did you do?" he demanded, stepping forward. His legs wobbled, and as a result, he nearly stumbled. "Who are you?" "Name's Atticus, friend," the merchant said, stepping forward. There was no kindness in his voice. "And in here, I'm basically a god. Zeus himself could walk in here, and he would tremble at my wrath. You're only level 30. You don't deal with many merchants, do you?" asked Atticus, approaching a glass case containing a golden short sword. His hand passed right through the glass pane, and he withdrew the weapon with nonchalance bordering on dismissiveness. Then, he pointed the weapon at Thor. "Now, are you going to be a good boy while in my town? Or am I going to have to show you why nobody messes with a merchant in his own shop? Your choice, big guy." Thor wanted nothing more than to put the man in his place. Yet, he knew better than to fight a battle he didn't understand. That was underscored when his mind flicked to his status. Name: Thor Gunderson. Level: 67. Archetype: Ranger. Class: Ancestral Hunter. Specialization: Not applicable. Alignment: Not applicable. Strength: 10, 128. Dexterity: 10, 142. Constitution: 10, 101. Ethera: 10, 42. Regeneration: 10, 72. Attunement: Conflict. Cultivation stage, not applicable. Body: Core. Mind. Soul. Wood. Not applicable. Not applicable. Not applicable. What did you do? Thor spat, steadying himself by grabbing hold of a nearby rack. The weapons upon it clattered to the shop's floor, but he paid no attention to it. Instead, he was too focused on the insidious weakness pervading his normally reliable body. He hadn't been so feeble even before the world's transformation. Even the odds. Now, are you going to make me kill you? I'd prefer if we parted friends, but that ship seems as if it sailed. Perhaps it never even left port. Fix it. Thor yelled, even his voice sounding pitiful in his ears. Not going to happen, Atticus said, stepping close. Since it doesn't seem like you're going to buy anything, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Now. Thor started to respond, but Atticus wasn't having it. Instead, his hand shot out, clamping around Thor's thick neck. It happened so quickly that Thor couldn't hope to respond, and before he knew it, he couldn't breathe. Panic, hot and terrifying, tore through his mind as, for the first time since the apocalypse, he truly found himself outmatched. He gripped Atticus' wrist, but it did no good. His eyes bulged as he fought for breath, but the merchant paid no mind to his victim's struggles. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill Thor. Instead, he just pushed him through the door and shoved him hard enough that Thor stumbled into the street. A second later, his power returned to full strength. Before he knew what he was doing, he'd leaped to his feet and let out a roar as he threw his spear as hard as he could. It clanged off a solid sheet of Ethera covering the doorway, then fell to the ground. Thor gaped in surprise. Meanwhile, Atticus bent down and grabbed the bone-hafted spear. Bound, huh? Shame. It's a nice weapon, he said. Then, he turned his attention to Thor. I'll make you a deal, friend. I don't make deals with weaklings. You will. Come in here and call me a weakling. Thor seethed. But as furious as he was, he could read the writing on the wall as well as anyone. The merchant had used some sort of spell on his shop, and the effect was that, so long as he remained inside, he was unassailable. So he knew better than to walk into that. Of course, there were hundreds of ways to get around that. He could wait for the merchant to leave. Or he could burn the building down. Maybe Atticus had friends or family somewhere nearby. If the cooldown for Ancestral Hunt hadn't been up, he might have used them. But with the ability available, he saw no reason to challenge the mun. He didn't acknowledge that his fear, born of the previous encounter, and that feeling of feebleness, probably played an even bigger role in his decision-making. But that reality remained nestled in the back of his mind, reminding him of how easily all of his power could be snatched away. Atticus said, I'll give your little toy back. In return, you leave. No looking back. No campaign of vengeance. Just go away. And if I refuse? What if I tear this town down around you? You might find that a little more difficult than you expect, Atticus said. Suddenly, Thor realized there were people all around him. Some, like the tall, muscular girl with a spear, looked like they could handle themselves. Others, like a matronly woman carrying a spatula, of all things, were clearly weak. However, there was one that drew Thor's hunter's eye. Name, Isaac Anthopoulos. Archetype, Sorcerer. Level, 51. He certainly didn't look very powerful. In fact, Isaac Anthopoulos was little more than a child, skinny and awkward. He wore a pair of round-rimmed spectacles, an affectation that sold his feeble appearance. Yet, at level 51, he was in the middle of the top 100, which meant he was an opponent who shouldn't be underestimated. Thor could defeat the boy. He was certain of that. But not with dozens of other people around. He also preferred to fight his battles with the advantage of surprise on his side. So, even though his mind roiled in anger and indignation, Thor knew better than to rise to the arms dealer's taunt. But he wanted to. Desperately. However, he hadn't climbed the ladder by being stupid or impulsive. He knew when to pull back. And he was well aware that there were battles that couldn't be won, or that weren't worth the cost of victory. So he spat, "Deal." "Good choice, friend," Atticus said, casually tossing the spear to Thor. Even as Thor caught it, he became aware of a cat suddenly appearing at his feet. The creature was the size of a mountain lion, though it was clearly a house cat. More importantly, when he used Hunter's Eye, he found that the thing was the highest level he'd seen in the city. That confirmed his decision, and with every eye on him, he quickly retreated from the town. The cat followed him all the way to the gate, but it didn't pursue any further. Only when he was out of sight of the guards, he finally let his anger out. He shouted, thrusting his spear into a nearby tree. It splintered beneath the blow, and a second later, the tree tipped over and with a thud, fell. Breathing hard from fury, rather than exertion, he considered going back to the city and killing everyone there. He could do it. Especially since they wouldn't be expecting him. But he had to remind himself that the costs of doing so far outweighed any benefits he might gain. Except for banishing the shame of being run off, of being made to feel like a weakling. If it hadn't been for Isaac Anthopoulos or the cat, he would have done it too. He'd done more for less disrespect. Yet, those two filled him with wariness. He didn't acknowledge it as fear, but there was a thin line between the two. Whatever the case, Thor took a few moments to calm himself before using ancestral tracking. Soon enough, the ephemeral and mostly formless spirit appeared. It immediately filled the air with a cackle. So fearful, it laughed. So pitiful. Enough. Thor growled, gesturing with his spear. Lead me to my quarry. Oh, very well. Then, the thing spun around before erupting into 100 threads of Ethera. They disappeared, one by one, until they pointed off to the north. As soon as the disrespectful spirit disappeared, he set off in that direction. As he did, he soothed his ego by reminding himself that his choice to leave Argos was rooted in practicality. Killing those people would have done nothing for him. Instead, he had a goal. A prey. And he refused to be distracted from that purpose. It was discipline that drove him. Not fear. An hour later, he found himself in an idyllic glade, in the center of which was the strangest monument Thor had ever seen. In some ways, it reminded him of Stonehenge, yet the stones were unweathered and bore fanciful designs that further inspection told him were supposed to be dragons. More, there was a young tree in the center. The moment he'd stepped into the glade, Thor felt the power of the place. Yet, when he looked closer, he couldn't pinpoint the origin. More, when he experimentally thrust his spear at one of the massive stones, he was surprised to find that it was protected by some sort of ethereal shield resting only an inch above the surface of the stones. The same was true of the tree, which he tried to cut down because he suspected it was a natural treasure. Once again frustrated, Thor tried to take it out on the monument, and to no effect. He used every ability at his disposal, and though he quickly ran himself out of Ethera, the circle of stones and tree remained completely unmarked. A few hours later, after he'd calmed himself, he followed some tracks to a nearby range of foothills where he quickly found where the stones had originated. But his prey remained at large. So he returned to the circle, where he tried to think of how to proceed. However, the fact was that he had no leads. No trail to follow. He was stuck. Which meant that he had little choice but to wait until Ancestral Hunt came off cooldown. In the meantime, he occupied himself by hunting the local wildlife. It was unsatisfying and without challenge, but at least it allowed him to exorcise his frustrations. Soon enough, though, Thor's ability became available, and it pointed him to the south. The moment he knew which way to go, he set off across the wilderness, eventually reaching a wide ravine, which he followed south to what appeared to be an endless swamp. There, Thor hesitated for a few minutes, wondering if there was another way. Yet, the thread of Ethera was clear, and it directly into the mire. So, after taking a deep breath, Thor waded into the murky water. Immediately, he felt something latch onto his leg, and when he reached down to inspect the wound, he grabbed something thick and slimy. He yanked it free, and when he pulled it out of the water, he saw that it was a monstrous and disgusting leech. It was at that moment that he questioned his course. But the memory of what had happened in Argos still haunted him. The only way to prevent a reoccurrence was to get so strong that no one else could even hope to stand up to him. Next to that resolve, a few leeches was nothing more than an annoyance. So he pressed on, looking forward to the day when he could take his frustrations out on the Druid. You ain't never heard of shoes. Elijah looked up from his drink to see a burly man leaning against the bar next to him. Another one was on the other side, practically bouncing from foot to foot in anticipation. Elijah had been in enough bars to recognize when the local tough guys were spoiling for a fight. In truth, he was almost willing to oblige them. But given his strength, he didn't think it would be satisfying. More importantly, there was every chance he'd end up killing someone if he didn't remain under control. While he was thinking of what to say, the choice was taken out of his hands. The antsy one took his hesitation as an invitation, and he aimed a right hook at Elijah's temple. Of course, he didn't know that Elijah saw it coming. Even a little tipsy, Elijah could easily keep track of everything around him. So he ducked. As he did, he cast Soothe on himself and slipped from the stool. The antsy man's fist slid past Elijah's head, and right into his friend's face. It broke, erupting into a spray of blood as the big guy staggered backward. Meanwhile, Elijah reached out with the crook of his staff, hooked it behind the puncher's ankle and yanked. Already a little off balance, he had no chance of remaining upright, and only a second later, his feet came flying forward while his body went backward. Then, he thudded against the bar's peanut shell-covered floor, slamming his head against a bar stool along the way. Elijah winced, muttering, "Oh, that has to hurt." When he saw the man wasn't moving, he added, "Oh, shit. Please just be a concussion. Don't be dead." He cast Soothe on the man, adding another instance of the spell to the man with the broken nose. Even as the two healed, he said, "Look guys." Just then, a man in a white cowboy hat stepped inside and ripped his mirrored sunglasses from his face before exclaiming, "God damn it, Derek. What the hell, boy? I told you a million times not to mess with visitors." The big guy Derek apparently said, "We was just havin' fun, boss." Elijah couldn't help but notice that, despite his nose having been healed by Soothe, the man's voice still had a nasal cast to it. There was every chance that the bone hadn't set properly and had healed wrong. Perhaps he should offer to break it again, just to reset it. "And you," the white-hatted man spat, pointing to Derek's fallen friend. He was still on the floor, though his eyes had fluttered open. "Dollars to donuts, you tried to sucker punch him, right? God damn it. I'm surrounded by idiots." "But boss, we wasn't." "I don't wanna hear it, Todd. You two get on up outta here. There's a hunt comin' up. Maybe a few days out in the woods'll straighten you out." "But boss, we wasn't supposed to have to go till next rotation," exclaimed Derek. "You argin' with me, boy." Derek swallowed, then sniffed before wiping his nose. "And no, sir." "Good. Now go on. Git." The two men seemed to know better than to disobey, so they quickly picked themselves up and hurried through the door. Even as it swung back and forth with their passage, the newcomer took off his hat, and with a sigh, reached down to pick up the fallen bar stool. He straightened, then sat. As he did so, he set his hat on the counter, then signaled the barkeep. "You gonna sit?" he asked without looking back at Elijah. "I was actually about to leave." "Come on. Have a seat. Next drink's on me." Elijah shrugged, then returned to his own seat. As he did, he said, "Thanks for stepping in when you did. Seemed like you had it handled." "I did." "Then why the gratitude?" "Because those idiots might have kept coming at me. If that happened, I might have ended up killing them," Elijah said. "You kept that from happening. So thanks." At that point, the bartender slapped a pair of shot glasses on the table, then filled them with whiskey. Elijah took his drink and downed it, as did the other man. "So what are you doing in a bar at 10 in the morning?" Elijah shrugged again. It's an actual saloon, like in the movies. How could I not? The man chuckled, then turned to Elijah. Name's Ray. Elijah. So, Elijah. What brings you round these parts? This and that. Care to be a bit more specific? Not really. Listen, Ray said. We get visitors from time to time. Merchants, travelers, hunters and the like. But I gotta say you're probably the oddest one I've seen. Thanks. Wasn't a compliment. Elijah chuckled, and he finally let himself acknowledge the man's appearance. He was tall, probably well over 6 feet, and slim, with a demeanor that said he knew his way around a fight. It was part confidence, part bravado, and all cool. It was like the Marlboro man had walked into a bar and sat next to him. So is this where you tell me to get my stuff and move along? Elijah asked. For my own good, obviously. Hell no, Ray said. I don't care what you do, so long as you don't kill nobody. I'm just curious. Man walks into town, no shoes and nothing but a shepherd's crook, all alone, mind you, and when nobody goes into the woods by themselves without a care in the world. Can't blame me for being a bit interested. I'm an interesting guy. That you are, the man said. He nodded at Elijah's empty glass and asked, want another? Or you itchin' to get back on the road? In truth, Elijah was ready to leave. There really wasn't much to the town aside from Mel's greasy spoon, which meant that there wasn't much reason to stick around. His poor opinion of Velosta wasn't helped by the fact that he hadn't slept particularly well. The room was comfortable enough, but the walls were thin, and he couldn't help but hear the exploits of some of his more amorous neighbors. It was a good reminder of why he preferred his tree house. Then the encounter with the 2 thugs, while not unexpected, had deepened his sour mood. I've got time for a drink or two, so long as you're buying. Ray chuckled again, then ordered another pair of drinks. As the barkeep poured, Elijah asked, so you mentioned a hunt. Just for food? Or is there a monster around? Maybe a rift or a tower. Ah. Makes sense. You're one of those, huh? One of what? Adventurers. Don't know where they got the idea that runnin' around and fightin' monsters for a livin' was viable career, but there's people that go from town to town, challengin' towers and closin' rifts. He chuckled again and shook his head. Never thought anything like that'd come out of my mouth. Rifts and towers and monsters. Feels like I'm in one of my kids' video games. Kids? Ray didn't answer. Instead, he went silent for a long moment before asking, so, you one of 'em? Not really, Elijah answered. I'm no stranger to those sorts of things. But I don't usually seek them out. They kind of find me instead. So what brings you into town? You asked that already. I did, didn't I? Elijah sighed. I'm heading to Seattle, he said, not seeing a reason to conceal his purpose. Looking for my family. I was elsewhere when the world changed. So, I'm going to the nearest city to where they lived. Ah. That's it. Not much to say. It's not an uncommon thing. Used to see people like you more often. They all wore shoes, though. Any success stories? No. Better to move on, he said with some degree of bitterness. The old world's gone. Whatever the hell this is all that's left. After that, they lapsed into silence. It lasted for a couple of minutes as the two enjoyed another shot. Then, Elijah asked, so, are you the sheriff around here or something? Sheriff? Me? Nah. Just a concerned citizen, he said. Concerned about me? About those boys? They're my idiot cousins, Ray revealed. Always been stupid. Their mama let 'em get away with too much as kids. Now they don't know when to stop. I see. So you're leavin' after this? Ray asked. Elijah answered, I don't really see any reason to stick around. You've got a nice town here, but it's not exactly a tourist trap. Ray laughed. It certainly is not. Mind if I ask a favor, then, he asked. Shoot. Those boys that just left, can you follow 'em? Without being seen, I mean. What makes you think I can? Intuition. Hypothetically, let's say I could. Why? I'm in the market for somebody as can keep 'em from being eaten. Like I said, the wilderness is dangerous, Ray said. Pay's not great. Just a few silver Ethereum. But I'll throw in a bottle of shine. Made by a man with the distiller class. Is that what we've been drinking? Yep. Oh well, Jeb's been making shine since before the world changed, Ray answered. Now he's got the class to back him up. 5, Elijah said. I can do 5 silver. 5 bottles, Elijah said. He'd tasted the moonshine already, and it packed quite a punch. More than anything he'd had since rejoining civilization. So he reasoned he could get a decent price for it back in Ironshore. After all, their distillery was only just getting going. It would be a while before they worked out the kinks. Ray's jaw dropped. 5. You don't strike me as an alcoholic. Everyone has their vices, Elijah stated. That's my price. But first, tell me about why you're worried about these hunters. After that, Ray went on to explain that there had been 2 groups of hunters who'd been killed in the past month. That wasn't so abnormal. The wilderness was dangerous. However, what was strange was that they hadn't been eaten. Instead, they were found a few days after they'd died, their bodies more or less intact. Bandits, maybe. Ray shook his head. Nothin' missin'. What do you think it is? Elijah asked. Ray shrugged. I got no idea, he admitted. If I did, I wouldn't need your help. Might be a beast. Could be some mythological creature come to life. Whatever it is, it's killin' my people. And I'd like it stopped. And that's where I come in, Elijah reasoned. For 5 bottles of shine, you'd better keep 'em alive. Elijah sighed. You get 2 days, he said. I'll follow them for 2 days. But then I'm heading out. I've already gotten distracted more times than I can count. It's time I focused on what's really important. That's fair enough. Ray extended his hand, and Elijah took it. The pair shook, then Elijah downed his latest drink before casting Soothe. Love that spell, he said to himself as the effects of the alcohol faded. After that, he gathered his things and set off. The town was small enough that it didn't take him long before he left it behind. From Ray, he'd learned the hunter's direction, so it was only a few minutes before he caught sight of them heading into the woods. So Elijah shifted into his draconid form, then used guise of the unseen. So, under the cover of his stealth ability, he stalked the group. He could only hope that it would end much better than the last time he'd found himself hunting a party of hunters. Back then, though, he'd been hellbent on making his prey pay. This time, he was in a much better headspace. Or that's what he thought. Only time would tell. In any case, Elijah quickly caught up to the group, which consisted of 10 members. Half were armed with spears, while the other half had giant boar spears with huge and heavy blades coupled with a crossguard meant to keep a charging beast from slipping up the shaft and mauling the wielder. Fortunately, the hunter label seemed more based on an activity than a class, because the men and 2 women were completely incapable of detecting Elijah. So he followed them, hoping for the best. A gentle breeze rustled the forest canopy, and the smell of blooming flowers danced in the air. Even in the shade, it was hot, but the cloak of the Iron Bear kept Elijah from becoming uncomfortable as he followed his quarry. The hunters, for all their bluster, were terrible at their jobs. They moved with heavy-footed obliviousness, frightening any real game they might have targeted. In addition, they had yet to close their mouths long enough to look or listen. Shoulda smacked him for real, said Todd. I was 'bout to really bring it when Ray stepped in. "Me too," said the heavy-set Derek. "He was lucky. Saul, I'm sayin'. We woulda messed him up but good." Elijah couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was clear that the two idiots were talking about him, but it was just as clear that their statements were entirely bluster. The other hunters recognized it, too, and one of the women actually did roll her eyes. In any case, Elijah continued to follow them, silent and unseen, as they traversed the forest. It was a wonder that the hunters had ever killed anything as terrible as they were at the job. But Elijah guessed that most of the forest's game was aggressive enough that making a lot of noise could prove to be a viable hunting tactic. Of course, that was assuming that the hunters only attracted monsters they could reasonably defeat. There were plenty around that would rip through the group without expending any real effort. Elijah felt positive that if it came down to it, he could slaughter all 10 even more easily than he'd killed the group of hunters who'd killed the bear. A single round of Calamity and Swarm would probably do them in. So, considering that a stiff breeze could probably blow them over, Elijah knew he needed to be extra diligent. With that in mind, he stalked them even as they failed to find any meaningful prey. A few times, one would shoot an oversized squirrel or grouse, but for the most part, they seemed incapable of completing their task. Just before night fell, the group of hunters arrived at a displaced train yard. As they settled into a cargo car, Elijah took a few minutes to investigate the area, and he was unsurprised to find that the tracks, of which there were a multitude, ended only 30 or so yards into the forest. Otherwise, the yard was populated by quite a few locomotives and box cars. At one end was the skeleton of a building, its structure rusted or crumbled, with every window having been shattered. The forest had reclaimed much of it, with vines snaking up any walls that hadn't already fallen. It was another reminder of how much Earth had changed in the past few years. At one point, the yard had probably been a hub of activity in the center of some city. But now, it was just an artifact of a world that no longer existed. As Elijah explored, he caught the scent of something interesting. After seeing that the hunters had closed themselves up in a box car for defense, it seemed Elijah decided to investigate the odor. It was an animal, he was certain. But there was blood there, too. And something else, an ethereal trail Elijah couldn't quite place. Gradually, he followed the trail as it circled the train yard. Sometimes it doubled back on itself and others it meandered in an odd direction. Yet, it progressively got further and further away from the yard. Hours passed and the night progressed. Still, Elijah couldn't find his quarry until, at last, he stumbled upon a small pond. The body of water was only 100 yards across, but it glowed with silver luminescence. More importantly, it felt powerful and in a familiar way. It reminded him of the ancestral tree. Or the mushroom. Even with so much similarity, there were enough differences that Elijah briefly doubted whether he'd found a natural treasure. Until he saw the stag across the pond. Its snow-white coat glistened in the silver moonlight, marred only by a streak of deep red. In awe, Elijah stared at the majestic beast. No, it was a guardian, just like the panther or the bear, with glittering and crystalline antlers that spread out from its massive head. Elijah watched. And he knew, beyond a shadow of any doubt, that the guardian knew he was there. Despite the fact that he was cloaked in guise of the unseen, the stag was aware of his presence. He slowly approached, circling the pond with deliberate caution. As he did, he let guise of the unseen fall away. Then, he shifted into his human form. The stag nearly bolted, then and there, but it settled after only a moment. Elijah held his hand out as he took one slow step after another. And then he saw why the stag hadn't run. Behind it were two fawns. They looked so tiny, nestled against the huge stag's white coat. Belatedly, Elijah also saw a doe, this one with no antlers but no less majestic, lying near the stag. She was covered in blood. Instantly, Elijah chose to cast Healing Rain. Then soothe. The stag flinched and the fawns trembled. But the doe remained still. Elijah felt it in his heart, but he refused to accept it. He rushed forward for the last few steps, sliding to a stop near the fallen doe. He saw a trio of large arrows protruding from her body. One had hit her in the neck. Another, in her flank. But the worst had taken her in the chest. It clearly hadn't hit her heart, but judging from the bubbles in the still wet blood, the lung had been pierced. She was dying. Despite his efforts, she wasn't long for the world. Via one with nature, Elijah felt 3 corpses nearby, but he knew they weren't human. Their pointed ears, slim figures, and otherworldly beauty marked them as elves. He wasn't worried about a few corpses, no matter what species, though. Instead, Elijah was wholly focused on the family of deer. Reaching out with a tentative hand, he slowly inched toward the fallen doe. She was still breathing, though it was shallow. Rapid. She was dying. She flinched when his fingers brushed against her soft fur, and the stag snorted. Elijah felt Ethera gathering, but he ignored it. Instead, he channeled Ethera through touch of nature. The life-giving Ethera flowed into her, guided by his knowledge of biology, as well as his innate understanding of living things. So often, Elijah was forced to simply flood the spell through his patients' bodies. But he knew precisely what her injuries meant. He was no veterinarian, but he was well versed in animal physiology. So he used that to inform his efforts. And slowly, she healed just enough to ensure that she would survive for a little while longer. However, just before he got ready to pull the arrows free, he felt something that he knew had the potential to mess everything up. He erupted into motion, using every point of strength at his disposal to interpose himself between the deer and the idiotic hunters who'd suddenly arrived. An arrow thudded into his shoulder. Then, another hit him in the leg. Still a third took him directly in the chest, where it lodged in his sternum. That's when he looked up to see 4 more arrows in flight, all aimed at the stag who refused to abandon its mate. Elijah's hands flashed out, and he snatched one out of the air. The next one clipped his arm, while the last 2 flew wide, one thudding into a tree while the other was lost in the underbrush. "Stop," he roared. But it was too late. The stag had had enough. Its crystalline antlers lit up with silver light, and a second later, a beam of energy erupted from between them, burning through one of the hunters. The others scattered. But Elijah knew they weren't gone. He wheeled around and slapped the stag in the face, screaming, "No!" Elijah knew precisely how silly it must have looked, but against all odds, it worked. The deer's antlers went dark, or as dark as glittering crystal could get, and it actually managed to look chastised. Or maybe that was Elijah's propensity to anthropomorphize animals. Either way, it was no longer attacking anyone, which he counted as a win. "I'm going to try to save your friend," he shouted to the hunters who'd scattered into the forest. "If you don't want to die, let me do it. If you attack these animals, I will kill every last one of you. Do you understand?" There was no answer. But Elijah was banking on the hunters recognizing how ineffective their arrows had been. Hopefully, that would give them some hints as to how much more powerful than them he was. So with that, Elijah quickly circled the pond and found the woman who'd nearly been cut in 2 by the deer's retaliatory attack. But thankfully, she was still alive. So Elijah pressed her flesh back together, then used soothe. He was prepared to use touch of nature as well, but as it turned out, the heal over time was enough to knit her back together. She healed in seconds, telling Elijah just how weak she was. As he'd discovered, healing wasn't so different from fighting. The more powerful a creature or a person was, the more effort it would take to heal them. And vice versa, a characteristic he'd just seen in action. The woman gasped, shooting upright and trying to ram a hunting knife into his side. Elijah knocked it away disdainfully, saying, "Stop. Why you have arrows in you," she breathed. "Oh. Right," Elijah said. Then, he proceeded to snatch the projectiles out of his flesh. None had gone more than 1/4 of an inch in, so the damage was negligible. Then, he raised his voice, saying, "If you all know what's good for you, you'll leave right now. I'm going to save these deer. I know you're busy imagining what kind of benefits you could get from killing them. Put that out of mind, because I can guarantee you if you try it, you'll never live to see any benefits. Don't push me." Then, Elijah returned to the family of deer, and went back to treating their wounds. As he tore the arrows out of the doe, he continuously pulsed touch of nature. After 4 or 5 casts, the chances of her death grew negligible. However, Elijah didn't intend to leave her side until she was back to perfect health. As he worked, the hunters gathered together, then came to some consensus and left. Elijah knew they would be back. At best, they would wait until he was gone. At worst, they'd gather everyone in town to come hunt the beasts. The benefits were too attractive, especially considering there was a natural treasure nearby. So as Elijah worked, eventually moving to the fawns, then the stag, he developed a plan. It would require yet another delay to his primary goals, but he couldn't in good conscience leave the deer to fend for themselves. Once he'd finished, he sighed. The first step was done. Now the real work could begin. So Elijah stripped down, leaving his gear on the shore before diving into the pond. As soon as he hit the water, he knew he'd made a mistake. The Ethera wasn't just thick. It felt almost solid, like he was swimming through pudding. And for the first time since he'd gotten his ring of aquatic travel, the fact that he couldn't breathe actually mattered. He still didn't need to fill his lungs with air, but the thickness of the Ethera was enough that he felt like an overfilled balloon. Panicked, he backstroked, then, mercifully found his way to shore. Once there, he knelt on his hands and knees, panting to catch his breath. After a few minutes, he looked up to see the stag staring at him, and even though Elijah knew it was in his imagination, he could have sworn it was smirking in his direction. Yeah. I'm an idiot. Got it. Originally, he'd intended to take whatever the natural treasure was and relocate it. However, now he was forced to rethink things. Only after a few more minutes did he realize the obvious answer to the issue at hand. But as obvious as it was, Elijah didn't really want to do it. Still, he didn't see any other solutions, so he resolved to get started. As soon as I feel a little better, he muttered, rolling over onto his back. A second later, one of the fawns approached and licked his forehead. Yeah. Big fan of yours, too, little guy. Just give me a minute to rest my eyes. Roman's face twisted in disgust as the stink of the unwashed mass of prisoners wafted into his nose. He asked, "Can we not wash them, at least?" "We could hose 'em down," offered the warden. The fat man had somehow gained weight since the last time Roman had seen him, which only added to the air of disgust that pervaded the lowest reaches of the palace dungeon. But they'd just get dirty again. Ain't much reason for them to care about hygiene, as such. Most don't think they're ever gettin' outta here. They're not, snickered Fiona. Right you are, High Magister, the fat man said. But if they don't have no hope, then they don't care about nothin'. Not much we can do about that, neither. Start cutting things off, Roman suggested. If they refuse to adhere to basic standards of hygiene, then they don't need toes. Or fingers. Or any number of other appendages. Yes, Your Majesty. We'll get right on that after today's session, the warden agreed. Roman didn't respond. He'd found that keeping his communications with his underlings to a bare minimum served to motivate them. It was something he'd learned at his father's knee. The man had never been effusive with praise or any feedback at all, really, so Roman had spent much of his early years striving for his approval. It was only after decades that he'd come to realize that it never would have come, regardless of what he accomplished. Still, the lesson stuck. And what was Roman, if not the father of Easton? So he channeled his own past, though with the roles reversed, and his people had responded appropriately. Most tripped over themselves in an attempt to garner even the slightest praise. But the other side of that was that he met failure with unmitigated ire. Some of the people who'd managed to disappoint him were in this very dungeon. All of that flitted through Roman's mind as he traversed the disgusting space. Cages lined the walls, most of which held naked and dirty people. None were in good shape, but that was by design. Even if he preferred not to be exposed their stench, Roman didn't care about their actual physical condition. Instead, he only took their levels into context. Eventually, they reached the open space where the sacrifice would be performed. In the beginning, it hadn't been anything more than a bit of bare floor. Yet, the warden, in an effort to please Roman, had gone to great lengths to dress it up. Standing torches had been arranged in a wide circle, and 10 men and women had been shackled to a series of stone altars. Each of the sacrifices had been scoured clean, their hair shorn down to the scalp, and given pristine white robes to wear. More importantly, they'd all reached the level limit of 35. Reaching any higher would require actual danger that the dungeon could not provide. But that was expected. Even though Roman would have preferred to push them to even higher levels, the cost of doing so would have been extravagant. Roman regarded it as a blessing that the system, in all its wisdom and glory, had cut them off at level 35. In a speech he'd already given countless times, Roman stepped up and said, "You have all been chosen. Your sacrifice will go towards strengthening the city. In that way, you can pay for your previous failures." One of the women looked up. Her eyes were deeply sunken into their sockets, and her skin was waxy, giving her a cadaverous appearance. Then she spat, "Fuck you." Suddenly, the air came alive with Ethera, though it never coalesced into a spell. The warden, who had the jailer class, clamped down on her. So long as the prisoners were within his dungeon, they were largely impotent, at least in terms of using spells and abilities. "Her first," Roman said, stepping forward and drawing his sword, false dragon fang. It shimmered in the torchlight. He brought it back, then let it fall upon her neck. It sliced through flesh and bone with frightening ease, and the woman's head fell free. It bounced slightly, then rolled for a brief moment before coming to a stop. Roman stepped up to the next, though this man accepted his fate without complaint. The next one after that growled more profanities, and the next didn't move. Each one died the same as the last, and Roman continued on until 20 sacrifices had been made. The influx of experience only barely progressed him, but that was normal. It was not a sprint. Instead, it was intended to be a marathon. Hundreds had already been sacrificed, and thousands more would follow that same path, all for the greater good. Because as Roman grew stronger, so did Easton. But he could admit that he wanted more. He needed more power, and not just inside of his city. However, with unquestionable willpower, he shoved those selfish desires aside. He could go out and hunt monsters. He could have joined his people as they worked to conquer towers and close rifts. Yet, he knew that Easton was better served with him remaining within the city. He was the one person holding everything together. Not only that, but he was a symbol. He was an example, an ideal for which his people could strive. So he pushed his self-interest aside and focused on what was truly important. "When will the next sacrifices be prepared?" he asked. The warden rubbed the back of his neck, answering, "Could be as soon as next week. If you wanted, we got some higher-level monsters. We was gonna use M to push the sacrifices to level a bit faster, but if you want, I will not sully my blade with dirty beasts." "Of course. I know. It's just that we could push you higher faster if you just killed a couple here and there." "No." The refusal hit the warden like a ton of bricks. In reality, the man was right. Or he would have been if he understood Roman's class at all. Manhunter. Embrace the path of murder. When you kill a sapient entity, gain 25% more kill energy. All other sources will be reduced by the same amount. The ability was a passive enhancement that remained active at all times. He couldn't cancel it, even if he wanted to. And when Roman had first received the ability, he'd been quite angry, even taking it out on a few nearby soldiers. However, it wasn't long until he saw the system's wisdom. It had seen his plight and given him the tools to overcome it. But its blessing had come with a commiserate curse. After all, it seemed intent on testing his resolve. It was only when he recognized that reality that he'd fully committed to his path. Whatever obstacles it set before him, he would overcome. Because he had to, and not only because he refused to fall short of the system's lofty expectations. No, he did it because he was the only one who could. He was mankind's savior. Or at least he had that potential. If he fell short, then everyone would be doomed. He didn't know what form humanity's fate would take, but he could sense that something terrible was coming. Some challenge only he could meet. With humanity's survival at stake, was there any line he couldn't cross? No. So, with that surety of purpose coursing through him, Roman passed his sword to Fiona, who wiped the blood from the shining, blue and white blade. Then, she sheathed it at his hip. After that, Roman took a few minutes to tour the facilities. They'd spent quite a bit of Ethereum and man-hours to continue to develop it. Yet, it was only one piece of the strategy of empowerment they had devised. The next stop on his tour highlighted the other side of the coin. Located even deeper beneath the palace was a maze-like series of ever-expanding tunnels. The entrance was guarded by a massive iron door and an entire garrison of soldiers. The commander in charge greeted him with a salute, saying, "Your Majesty. We are grateful for the grace of your presence." Roman dispensed with any niceties, saying, "How is it? Are the preparations complete?" The man smiled broadly. "We believe so. The necromancer has done phenomenal work," the commander stated. "Would you like to see?" Roman nodded, and a moment later, he was led into the next room, then up a set of stairs. After that, he followed the commander down a connected hall. The entire way, Roman could smell the stench of death, all rot and blood, but more importantly, he could feel the cold and unnatural Ethera. "Has anyone spoken to the necromancer?" he asked. "Not in the past week, Your Majesty. We used to see him once a week, but he stopped responding. His minions get stronger by the day." "Interesting," Roman answered, approaching a grate in the floor. He leaned over and for a moment saw nothing. Then, suddenly, something flashed in the hall beneath. Another figure came a second later. Then another. "What level are they?" "Almost level 40. And they keep rising. Without killing one another." "They do." The entire plan hinged on the necromancer, a former gravedigger who'd somehow gotten the most disgusting class imaginable. Yet, as grotesque as it was also uniquely suited for their purposes. Because the necromancer was not only capable of raising the dead into minions, but each one of those creatures progressed in levels based on the power of the necromancer. And he, in turn, gained energy from simply maintaining and commanding his horde. The only limitation as far as Roman could tell were the number of available corpses. From the guides Roman had seen, necromancy was entirely forbidden, and the reason for that hardline stance was obvious. Yet, that didn't mean Roman was willing to put aside such a potential advantage. He also had no intention of letting the necromancer have his way. Not unfettered, at least. "How goes the culling?" The commander said, "We slaughter them once a week. Our men usually gain at least one level each time." "Fantastic," Roman said. Roman was never going to let the necromancer and his horde of ambulatory corpses loose. That could go wrong too quickly. However, he had no issues with using the undead monsters to level his men in relative safety. The only issue was that the zombies didn't count as sapient entities, meaning that Roman couldn't take advantage of the program himself. Still, he didn't begrudge his loyal men such a powerful opportunity. Their progression reflected his own glory, after all. So long as they didn't rise too high. But that was what the dungeons were for. After his inspection, Roman listened to another report, but his attention quickly began to slip. So he once again checked the progress of the quest given to him by the system. "Congratulations. You have met the requirements to embark on a quest to become an official ruler under the system. Complete the following quests to solidify your rule. 1. Conquer an enemy and hear their oath of fealty. Complete. 2. Become an arbiter of justice. 3. Expand your territory until you rule over 1 million people. 4. Reached the top 10 on the planetary power rankings, Earth. He'd completed the first part after conquering Arbor. Once he'd defeated Morgan so soundly, the man's second had been forced to surrender the city and swear fealty. Since then, he'd been a model citizen of Roman's growing empire. The same couldn't be said for the rest of the people in that city, a full tenth of which had ended up in Easton's dungeons. The rest had fallen into line. By all rights, Roman should have been happy with his progress. Upon conquering Arbor, the population of his territory had grown by nearly 100,000. In addition, he'd made progress in his quest to climb the planetary power rankings. Soon, he would enter the top 100, he was certain. However, as much progress as he'd made, it seemed insufficient. Because the specter of some nameless threat loomed in the future. Roman had no idea why he was so certain disaster was coming, but he was sure, all the same. And he needed to be stronger if he was going to save everyone. "Keep it up, Commander. You are building the hope of humanity," Roman said to the man in charge of the undead meat grinder. Then, he turned and headed back to the surface where he would continue to guide Easton toward supremacy. Because if he didn't, Earth would surely fall. Elijah slammed his fist into the concrete foundation. The impact hit with massive force, sending deep cracks to spread across the area. Then, Elijah scooped the pieces up, throwing them into a plastic, 55-gallon drum he'd found in the displaced rail yard. It was that discovery that had given him the idea that he'd begun to implement. Whether or not it would work was still a mystery. Because for all Elijah's knowledge, he only knew the basics of making homemade concrete. And what he did know relied on the ability to run down to the local hardware store and buy the materials. For obvious reasons, that was no longer possible, so Elijah had been forced to improvise. Typically, making concrete required 3 parts sand, 2 parts aggregate, and 1 part cement. The first part was easy enough to gather from a nearby train car that had been filled with sand. The second part was just rocks, of which there were plenty. But the final part was much more difficult, considering that cement was made via a complex process that required heating a mixture of limestone and clay, letting it cool, grinding the result down to a powder, and adding extra materials he didn't have. Elijah was forced to improvise. He was aware that, before Earth had experienced the touch of the World Tree, the process he had in mind would almost assuredly fail. Yet, he was banking on the presence of Ethera to bridge the gap. If it failed, he would be forced to go to Plan B, which would require him to somehow retrieve the natural treasure at the bottom of the pond, then relocate to somewhere else. Elijah wasn't even sure he could do that first part, much less get the family of deer to follow him across the wilderness. So he was pretty well invested in making the first plan work. With that in mind, he continued the first part of his process, gathering concrete. He'd already filled 12 barrels, and he still had 8 more to go before he would be satisfied. So, over the next day, he engaged in the arduous process of breaking apart the foundation of the railyard's lone building. All the while, the deer remained nearby. The doe still hadn't completely recovered, so she wouldn't stray far from Elijah's healing rain. Which was fine by him, considering he didn't know how long it would take for the Velosta hunters to marshal their courage and return to the pond. If they did and found the deer, they would inevitably attack. And in that event, people were going to die, either by his hand or at the end of those light beams the stag could utilize. Elijah wanted to avoid that, so he channeled that attitude into his work. Fortunately, with his guardian form's enormous strength, Elijah could accomplish quite a bit of destruction, and in a short amount of time. So by the end of that first day, he'd managed to fill his barrels. However, he didn't stop there. Instead, he spent that entire night pummeling the shards into powder. It was a tedious process, largely because he wanted to avoid bursting his drums. But as was the case any time Elijah had an established process with a verifiable endpoint before him, it was oddly therapeutic. He sank into the task, and by the time the sun rose, he'd managed to reduce the gathered concrete shards into 20 barrels of fine powder. Only then did he allow himself to rest. Of course, the moment he retrieved a couple of his berries from his pack, the deer came sniffing around. Sighing, he tossed one to each, saying, "You only get one apiece." The two adults caught the thrown berries, but the pair of fawns missed. Elijah let out a chuckle as they scrambled to recover the fallen morsels. After that, the animals warmed up to him, and by no small degree. Once he'd rested for a while, he didn't dare let himself sleep, for fear that everything would go wrong. While he was unconscious, Elijah began to gather the other ingredients. Fortunately, he had plenty of drums. He'd counted almost 100 of them in one corner of the building, so he had no issues gathering the sand for the first 10 batches. Then, he collected 2 empty barrels and headed back to the pond, where he retrieved some water before turning to the rail yard. As far as he could tell, he had enough materials for 5 batches, and once confirming the process in his mind, he started forward. Only to stop a moment later. He was no expert builder, but he did know that rebar was typically used to give support to concrete. Fortunately, there was plenty of that within the foundation. So he began the arduous task of gathering enough for his purposes, which was much more difficult than it probably should have been. Not for the first time, he wished he had modern tools, because repeatedly bending rebar back and forth until it weakened enough to snap was the epitome of tedium. Once Elijah had managed to gather enough, he took a few minutes to rest. Predictably, the deer saw that as an opportunity to get more berries, and Elijah didn't have the heart to refuse. Despite his fatigue, he couldn't help but grin a little as he saw the fawns prancing about excitedly afterwards. But that only lasted as long as it took him to remember that he was on a timer. Eventually, the people of Velosta would come. He was certain of it. And while Elijah didn't blame them for trying to take whatever advantages they could, he certainly wasn't going to make it easy for them. So he got back to work. Mixing the concrete was even more tedious than gathering the rebar, but he persisted until he'd created a gray slop consisting of the now powdered pieces of the foundation, some rocks he'd gathered, quite a lot of sand, and just enough water to mix it all together. Even so, the first batch was ruined when he added too much water. The second was better. But the third was when he managed to dial it in. So, after shoving pieces of rebar into the barrel where he'd mixed everything together, he left it to cure. Meanwhile, he started in on the other batches. For his plans, he needed 3 barrels for each pillar. And it would take 18 pillars as well as a different, larger piece for the capstone to complete his design. So, Elijah got to work. As he did, he made certain to flare nature's bounty. He wasn't certain if it would have any effect on the inorganic matter, but he wasn't going to take the chance that things wouldn't work by varying his methods. As it turned out, the drums made perfect molds, so after 4 days, Elijah managed to complete the 64th pillar piece. After that, he began the demanding process of moving them from his workspace in the railyard to the pond. That harkened back to his days carrying multi-ton rocks from the mountains to the site of his dragon circle, though instead of carrying only 1 at a time, he now carried 2. Still, it took some time to get everything from one spot to another. Once that was accomplished, he arranged the base layer around the pond. Fortunately, the small body of water was perfectly circular, so it was easy enough to position the cylinders of concrete appropriately. As always, he continuously flared nature's bounty when possible throughout the whole process. Fortunately, it was usable in all forms. Otherwise, he would have had to complete his tasks in his human form, which, while strong enough to accomplish his goals, lacked the long arms that made everything easier. Once everything was arranged into 9 groupings of 2 cylinders, he began the second layer, placing one piece atop another. Of course, he was forced to carve tenons and mortise holes, but fortunately, Elijah had plenty of experience with that. Still, he made certain to take his time, so he wouldn't run the risk of cracking the pillars. He didn't think it was necessary, though. Despite cutting a couple of corners while mixing the concrete, it had turned out to be far more solid than he could have expected. It might have been nature's bounty that had given it the extra strength, but he suspected that it was the addition of the Ethera-infused pond water. Whatever the case, aside from being a bit time-consuming, carving the tenons and mortise holes wasn't difficult, and he completed that part of the project in good time. Finally, he repeated the process with the third layer. In the end, it took another entire week before he finished the collection of twin pillars. Throughout the process, he'd been forced to take a few breathers. When he did, he retreated to the rail yard. But he still kept breaks to a minimum. He knew he couldn't keep going like that, though. So once he'd finished the pillars, he retreated deep into the woods before settling into sleep. It was not a peaceful rest, mostly because he expected disaster to strike at any moment. However, when he awoke the next morning, he found that nothing had changed during the night. Of course, that was probably because of the powerful guardians. Both the stag and the doe were at least as strong as the bear had been. Whatever the case, he enjoyed a cup of tea, then a couple of berries before heading back to the rail yard. Once there, he took a few hours to construct the first mold for his capstones. It had been constructed from a pair of drums which had been cut in half. Then, he'd laid 3 halves, end to end, like a trough. It wasn't perfect. He'd used some clay harvested from near the pond to bind everything together, but Elijah was certain that some of it would inevitably leak. Yet, it was the best Elijah could do. So he mixed some more concrete, then carefully poured it into his makeshift mold. It worked more or less, though when it dried, Elijah was forced to chip away some excess bits where it had leaked through. Still, it was good enough, so he quickly proceeded to make the other 9. That took 2 more days. When he'd finished, Elijah carried the capstones to the pillars where he took another day to carve the appropriate mortise holes and tenons before piecing everything together. After that, Elijah stepped back to admire his handiwork. Impressive, came a familiar voice. Elijah whipped around, storm's fury ready. However, when he saw who'd come to visit, he relaxed a little. He and Ray had had a friendly conversation, but that didn't mean they were friends. And Elijah expected that the man in the white cowboy hat was probably the most powerful person in the entirety of Velosta. Thanks, Elijah said. It took a lot of work. I know. Been watchin', the man said. From a distance. Didn't want to interrupt. Why are you here? Elijah asked. Curiosity, mostly. But I gotta admit, seeing those monsters right behind you and feelin' whatever that is in the pond has got me a bit antsy, Ray stated. What do you intend to do with it? They're not monsters. The deer. They're guardians. That's supposed to mean something to me? Ray asked. Elijah shrugged. Guardians are supposed to be here. Monsters aren't, he said. But that's just a working theory. I plan on investigating it next time I visit a branch. Or I'll ask my tree spirit. Tree spirit. His name's Nerthus. Good guy. Getting a little uppity lately, though. Especially when I mess with his garden. Which is technically mine, but it's also his home. So Elijah babbled, holding his hands up as if he were weighing 2 options. My point is that these are good guys. He glanced back at the family of deer. Plus, look at those fawns. You ever see anything that cute? Of course, with the stag standing over his progeny, cute probably wasn't how anyone would describe the scene. After all, the deer was the size of a moose, with crystalline antlers that could shoot weaponized moonlight. So Elijah supposed that the word intimidating would be a better descriptor. Didn't answer my question. Relocation, Elijah said. And this circle? The means by which I will relocate them. How does that work? None of your business, Elijah said. Look, this conversation is a courtesy. I don't want this to get ugly, so I'm trying my best to keep it from going in that direction. But make no mistake, I'm not asking permission. If it comes down to you or these 4, he said, gesturing to the family of deer. I'll choose them every single time. So don't push it. That sounds a little like a threat. Elijah shrugged. Just the way it is, he stated tiredly. Was a time I'd have just killed everyone involved and got on with my life. But I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. Be a better person, you know. I'm holding on to that, but if people start pushing, I'm going to let my instincts take over. You probably wouldn't like that. You sound pretty confident, Ray remarked. Just experienced. The men stared at Elijah for a long moment, then sighed. Goddamn. You don't flinch, do you? Not where anybody can see. Fine. I'll keep them away, Ray said. At least for another week. After that, you're on your own. Elijah nodded. For your town's sake, let's hope that's all I need. Ray just shook his head. Then, he unshouldered a satchel and dropped it to the ground. Elijah heard the clink of bottles. Your payment. Elijah almost refused. But then, he remembered that he'd actually done the job he'd been asked to do. So, it was only fair that he be paid. Thanks. After that, Ray turned and left. Once he was gone, Elijah went back to work. Lightning cracked and thunder rolled as a summer storm swept through the area, dumping a deluge of rain along the way. Elijah sat back, leaning against the trunk of an oak tree, as he enjoyed the ambience. To him, there was something comforting about a proper rainstorm, a combination of all five senses that coalesced to remind him of home. Not the island, though, considering its climate, that was probably accurate as well. Instead, he thought of his childhood, when he and his family would spend long weekends camping out in the wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. So he watched the rain fall upon the pond, leaving ripples with every drop. An earthy scent pervaded the air, calming Elijah in a way little else could. He sighed, breathing deeply as, for the first time in weeks, he let himself relax. Because he'd finally completed the heavy lifting involved in creating his latest dolmen. The results were distinctly different than the Dragon Circle, but no less impressive for it. In any case, everything had come together far better than Elijah could have hoped, though not without significant effort. Not unsurprisingly, he'd been forced to adapt to a host of problems, and he'd even had to replace a couple of pillar pieces when they'd cracked under the weight of the capstones. Yet, Elijah had persisted, and now he saw 9 monuments, each almost 10 feet tall. They seemed even larger, though, looming as they did at equidistant points around the pond. At present, the concrete structures had a distinctly brutalist cast, which felt oddly appropriate. However, Elijah wasn't finished. He still had 2 more steps to complete before he would count the project complete. Only when he was satisfied would he use roots of the world tree to christen his new circle. But he knew he was on a timer. In less than a week, it would be open season. Perhaps the hunters of Velosta would wait a little longer than that, but that was when Ray's influence would end. And Elijah expected that curiosity and greed would bring quite a few visitors, each one intent on killing his new friends and stealing the natural treasure at the bottom of the pond. Neither endeavor would be successful. Now that the deer were completely healed, they were more than capable of protecting themselves. The same could be said about the natural treasure. If Elijah couldn't even get close enough to it to determine its nature, then the comparative weaklings of Velosta had no chance. Indeed, Elijah's haste was more about protecting those idiots than anything else. And as much as he wanted to let them reap the seeds of destruction they were so intent on sowing, his conscience wouldn't allow that. So, with another grunt, he pushed himself upright and stretched his tired muscles. Toting the cylinders of concrete hadn't been as taxing as carrying multi-ton rocks from the foothills to his Dragon Circle, but it had still left him feeling like he'd just endured a long and arduous workout. Which wasn't so far from the truth. His efforts over the past couple of months had even netted him a couple of extra attributes points, one in strength, and the other in constitution, underscoring just how much he'd exerted himself. It also confirmed that, even though it was obviously possible to gain attribute points through training, it was incredibly difficult. But Elijah wasn't concerned with his attributes for the moment. Instead, he needed to complete the project. So, after stretching a little, then using Soothe before pulsing Touch of Nature a single time, he crossed the clearing and reached the first monument. Kneeling, he inspected the vine he'd planted the day before. Already, it had sprouted a few inches from the ground, courtesy of his continuous use of nature's bounty. So he guided the vine, adjusting it so that it would grow in the proper direction, before moving on to the next. Then the next after that. He'd planted dozens of vines, and each one needed guidance. Yet, it only took him a few minutes to ensure they would keep growing in the right direction. So once that was done, Elijah shifted into the form of the lamellar ape, then used his claws to scratch various designs into the cement pillars. He had no illusions of covering them with relief. He was no sculptor, after all, but his instincts dictated that he should make some efforts at embellishment. Still, he was incredibly careful so that he wouldn't inadvertently crack the pillars. As he worked, he continuously flared nature's bounty, stopping ever so often to ensure the vines continued to grow appropriately. Like that, he continued for the next 5 days, resting only when absolutely necessary. Fortunately, with his high attributes as well as his healing spells, he could go for quite some time without sleep. Besides, he wasn't exactly exerting himself. The work was time-consuming and tedious, but it was not physically difficult. And by the 5th day, he'd completed his task. Stepping back, he admired the fruits of his efforts. The general shapes of the 9 monuments were unchanged. Yet, the relief carvings had altered the entire vibe. Some of the brutalist cast remained, but it was softened by the carvings he'd so painstakingly created. Instead of dragons, he'd gone with a subtle moon motif. In addition, the vines had snaked around the pillars. Back on Earth, designing something like that would have doomed it to a short life. Vines didn't seem overtly destructive, but they could tear a structure down in a matter of years. However, with the addition of Ethera, Elijah felt certain that his monuments would remain standing for decades, maybe even centuries to come. The entire area had been flooded with Elijah's personal Ethera via one with nature, as well as nature's bounty, and it had mixed with the energy wafting off the pond. The combination was heady and powerful, a mixture of wild and cultivated that left Elijah in awe. Once he'd ensured that the circle had taken the exact shape he desired, he used roots of the world tree, further infusing it with his essence. The moment the spell completed, which took almost an hour to charge, a notification flashed before his inner eye. Congratulations! You have created a unique structure, Moon Wealth. Overall grade, growth, current, simple. Enchantment grade, E. Moon Well. That fit, both in terms of the aesthetic as well as the feeling of the ambient Ethera. However, he was a little disappointed that the enchantment grade of his latest circle was lower than it had been with the dragon circle. Roots of the World Tree. Empower a dolmen, connecting it to your grove. Teleport to any circle in your network. Cooldown, 3 days. Additional effect, when inside any circle, create a persistent gateway to any other circle. Duration, 1 minute. Maximum capacity, 4, cooldown, 6 days. Possible number of circles dependent on core cultivation. Current, 5, 2 used. Elijah saw 2 differences when he checked the description of roots of the world tree. First, the maximum capacity for his gateways had increased to 4, which was a good thing because it would simplify the planned relocation of the family of deer. Until that moment, Elijah hadn't been certain how he intended to temporarily separate them. Now, he didn't have to worry about that issue, though he was still a bit unsure how he intended to get them on board with his plan. He'd have to overcome that obstacle when it presented itself. The next difference he saw concerning his spell's description was an expected change. The possible number of dolmens he could empower for now remained at 5. Yet, he'd used 2, giving him only 3 more opportunities to expand his teleportation network. Originally, he'd intended to place the second circle much further from the dragon circle, but his plans had been altered the moment he'd seen the danger presented to the deer. Or more accurately, to the people of Velosta, who would inevitably bite off far more than they could chew. As Elijah was admiring his hard work, he felt a nearby presence that he'd come to recognize. Over the past week, elves had flitted past on more than one occasion. Like the corpses he'd detected on his first day near the pond, they were small, no more than 5 feet tall, with pointed ears and a perfect sort of beauty that marked them as inhuman. Yet, they felt no more powerful than the humans back in Velosta. Until now. The one standing at the very edge of one with nature was outwardly little different from the others. But Elijah was more concerned with the feeling of power wafting off of her. She remained in place, standing as still as a statue, and watching Elijah with the ferocious intent of a hunting predator. Elijah ignored her. If she wanted to talk, she could. But he didn't intend to change his plans just because a slightly more powerful than normal elf was curious. So he took a moment to steady himself, then cast Roots of the World Tree. For the first time ever he focused on the portion of the spell meant to open a gateway to his grove, and after about 30 seconds of constantly feeding it Ethera from his dragon core, the spell completed. When it did, a series of vines not unlike those summoned by snaring roots snaked up from the ground, intertwining and growing upward until they came together in an arch. When those vines connected, the interior of the arch shimmered before pulsing with powerful Ethera. A moment later, the view shifted. Instead of looking through and seeing the moon well, Elijah saw his grove on the other side. Thick Ethera wafted out of the opening, mingling with the dense energies hanging around the pool. Elijah turned to the deer, who'd backed away from the sudden expression of Elijah's spell, and said, "All right. In you go." The stag shook his great head, then let out a slight snort. Meanwhile, the doe and 2 fawns cowered behind the patriarch of their small family. Elijah had expected some hesitation, so he unshouldered his pack, then retrieved a few of his remaining grove berries. Over the past couple of weeks, Elijah had fed the deer plenty of the little fruits, and that practice had seriously cut into his supply. Yet, it wasn't without purpose. It was like training a dog with treats, though in this case, the trainee's intelligence was more like that of dolphins. Still, it plainly worked because the moment he held one of the berries aloft, the gathered family of deer perked up. "So here's the deal," Elijah said. "I don't know if you can understand me. Probably not. But if you go through that gate, you'll be safe. You'll also get more berries." As he spoke, the deer's eyes never left the berries. "Yeah, you only care about that last part, right?" "Of course you do." Then, he tossed the berries into the gate. The stag took a tentative step forward. But the fawns were not nearly so cautious. They darted out, passing through the gate before their parents could stop them. That was as effective of bait as Elijah could conjure, and the 2 deer passed through only a second later. It was heartwarming, seeing that the family of guardians were unwilling to be separated, even when they had no idea what was on the other side of that gate. The moment the doe passed through the portal, it shimmered again before the view to the grove disappeared. A second later, the vines retracted. Once they were gone, Elijah sighed in relief. He could feel them in his domain, which confirmed they were safe. That was definitely a load off of his shoulders. So, without further delay, he used Roots of the World Tree once again. This time, he didn't concentrate on the gate summoning portion of the spell. Instead, he focused on teleporting himself. The 2 were on separate cooldowns, but when he returned to the grove, it would be another 3 days until he could return to the moon well. Just before he completed the spell's casting, his elven audience stepped forward and began to speak. She said, "You are." When Elijah laid his eyes on her, his breath caught in his chest. It was one thing to sense her with nature. In a lot of ways, it was more intimate than using his eyes. But still, Elijah was human, and like almost every other person in the world, he'd spent most of his life relying on his vision. So it provided a very different, and arguably more affecting view of the elf. She wasn't just beautiful. Her appearance was otherworldly. Alien. And no less enticing for it. Elijah only got a brief glimpse before he was whisked away and back to his grove. But that was more than enough. As his feet dug into the soil of his domain, the 3 days before he could return to the moon well seemed like an eternity. "No," exclaimed Nerthus. "Cease that behavior at once. That is not for eating." Elijah broke out of his brief musings on elven beauty to see that in the couple of short minutes since the deer had passed through his summoned gate and into his grove, they'd made themselves at home. And considering they were voracious eaters with a taste for Elijah's grove berries, the results were predictable. And in truth, so was Nerthus' obvious exasperation. The little tree spirit interposed himself between the stag and the nearest berry bush, but he was incapable of stopping the doe and the 2 fawns from dashing past to run unrestrained through the garden. Elijah couldn't help but chuckle a little at his friend's antics. But then Nerthus pleaded, "Please stop them." Elijah sighed. The deer hadn't actually done any damage to the garden yet, but he knew it wouldn't be long before they did. So he stepped forward and grabbed the stag's antlers. No. The deer tried to pull away, but Elijah wouldn't allow it. His grip was like iron, and as he stared the guardian in the eyes, he said, "If you don't control yourself, I will take you back. Your children and mate will be in danger. Do you understand?" Elijah wasn't sure if the creature could comprehend the words, but the meaning behind them definitely got through. Sure, the powerful stag could pretend he was just some ordinary deer, but Elijah knew differently. He was an intelligent creature that could understand far more than he let on. Or that was what Elijah was banking on. If the deer proved uncontrollable, he would gather them up and take them across the strait. It would not be a comfortable trip, and Elijah wasn't certain how he would accomplish the feat, but he wasn't willing to let the creatures ruin all of Nerth's hard work. He released the deer's crystalline antler, then pointed off into the nearby forest. "Go," he said. "And take your family with you. There are no predators here. No danger. You'll be safe." The stag cocked his head to the side, then, miraculously, let out what sounded like a high-pitched bark combined with the bleating of a sheep. The other 3 deer, the fawns and the doe, immediately stopped in their tracks, then jerked their heads around to the patriarch. When he had their attention, he turned and bounded off into the forest. His family followed. Elijah let out a sigh of relief as he monitored their passage through the island's forest. They were not native to the thick forest, but they made their way through the dense undergrowth remarkably well. More importantly, they didn't even look back at the grove, which told Elijah that they understood that it was off-limits. "Thank you," Nerthus said. "I did not want to be forced to hurt such magnificent creatures." "You think you could?" Elijah asked. Until then, Nerthus had never displayed any combat capability. "Of course. In this grove, I could defeat them with little difficulty," he answered. "I am to a normal guardian as you are to other humans." "Are you a guardian, too?" Elijah asked, realizing that he had no idea how to classify the tree spirit. "I am the tree. In most ways, I am a combination of natural treasure and guardian. My species lives in harmony with an ancestral tree, which means that as it grows stronger, so do I. We are one, and in most ways that matter." "What species are you? What do your people call themselves?" Elijah asked, realizing once again that he hadn't really treated Nerthus as a friend. Rather, he'd treated the tree spirit as a means to an end. Sometimes that end was information, and at others it was tending to Elijah's grove. And while Nerthus had certainly never complained, Elijah knew he'd been a bad friend. "I am a Sprigant." "Ah. Spriggans are the offspring of hamadryads and dryads," Nerthus responded. "I remained dormant in this tree, until my parents sent me here in the hopes that we could take root." "Do you miss them?" "I never knew them. But I know more of them than I could ever quantify. While dormant, I was connected to them, and I saw through their eyes," Nerthus stated. "I was only barely aware, but much of that knowledge remains with me. I was separated from them when they sent me here, but the memories remain." "I see," Elijah said. However, even though he understood Nerthus' words, he was not certain that he truly grasped the Spriggan's full meaning. He simply didn't have the context for full comprehension. Still, he felt the necessity to say, "Well, you're my family now." And he meant it, too. Nerthus wasn't just the person who tended his grove. Nor was he simply a friend. They were connected in an inextricable way, and over the years of their companionship, they'd grown into something far deeper than mere friendship. "Thank you. I do not know how to respond to that." "It's okay. I just wanted you to know," Elijah said. "But this conversation does remind me of a couple of questions I had. I've told you about the bear guardian I met, right?" "You have," Nerthus said, gesturing to Elijah's cloak. "You wear its pelt." "Oh. Right. Well, I ran into another one," he said. "An alligator whose natural treasure had been harvested. It was protecting a family instead. Interesting. Guardians are powerfully nature-attuned creatures, the Spriggan explained. Because of that, they are strong. I don't know how the system chooses them to come to a new world, but it's always consensual. They have to agree, and when they do, they come to a new planet with a natural treasure. The panther who came to this island was paired with this tree, for instance. Where do you fit into that? I am part of the tree, and it is part of me. That was as good of an explanation as he was likely to get, largely because it seemed that Nerthus didn't entirely understand the distinction. To him, he and the tree were so intertwined that he likely wasn't sure where one ended and the other began. So Elijah moved on to the topic he'd most wanted to address. What about the deer I brought here? Elijah asked. Then, he explained the way roots of the world tree worked. They can't guard their natural treasure from here, right? From what I understand, your circle will provide adequate protection. The moment you finished it, the connection between guardian and treasure was severed, Nerthus stated. In a way. It is complex. A guardian can exist without its treasure, but it is rare. Normally, they would die to protect it. In return, it strengthens them. I see, Elijah said. What about the others? Others? The other animals that are as powerful as guardians, but they're not of this world, Elijah explained. Ah. The estranged. That sounds ominous, Elijah said. It is. Sometimes, creatures from other worlds are accidentally imported into newly touched planets, Nerthus said. Many times, they are incompatible with the environment, and as a result, they die in agony. But other times, they flourish. Why, though? Is the system prone to mistakes? Not as such. When this planet was touched by the world tree, it was forcibly expanded. That, in turn, randomized the terrain, Nerthus explained. But that mass came from other planets, usually ones that were doomed to be overrun by Vox and dragged into the void. The world tree saved them, but in doing so, it doomed some to a short life in an environment for which they were ill-suited. Elijah nodded. So basically, creatures like the Hydra, or the sovereign spider were rescues. Unsuited additions to the newly touched world. That explained why they felt Southwest out of place. In many ways, it was sad. The creatures had never asked to be relocated, after all. Even if being moved to Earth had saved them, it had to be difficult for those creatures to adjust. But it also brought to mind another issue. Are any of them invasive? He asked. History was full of species that had been introduced to new ecosystems only to take over. Some, Nerthus answered. It is yet one more danger of a newly touched world. Fantastic, Elijah said with a shake of his head. It didn't really change anything, though. He asked, so, anything happening here? How is the grove? After that, he received a long and enthusiastic explanation of Nerthus' efforts and plans regarding the grove. Elijah nodded along, and though he enjoyed horticulture as much as the next guy, he didn't think anyone liked it as much as Nerthus. Still, he owed it to the Spriggan to at least listen. So that was how Elijah spent the next 20 minutes until he remembered another topic. Oh, he said, rummaging in his pack. I got something else that might interest you. Hold on a sec while I find it. Ah, here it is. Then, he retrieved the miracle seed he'd gotten for closing the most recent minor dimensional rift. That is a miracle seed. I know, Elijah said, tossing the walnut-sized seed up and down in his palm. Nerthus' eyes never left it. What's it do? It will become whatever you want it to be, Nerthus answered. Within reason. There it is, Elijah said. You have a better explanation. Nerthus did, and he was more than happy to talk about it. As it turned out, the miracle seed was capable of becoming any sort of plant native to the world where it had originated. That didn't sound particularly exciting, but Nerthus pointed out two things that changed that. First, many plants on Earth had been transformed by the injection of Ethera that came with the touch of the world tree. As a result, they had developed a host of interesting characteristics, from new defense mechanisms to actual mobility. That was interesting enough, but the second part was what really excited Elijah. The plant that grew from the miracle seed was absolutely natural, meaning that reproduction was not only possible but almost inevitable. So one plant could become many, many more, especially with Elijah's influence. The possibilities were endless. Yet, there was one thing he wanted more than anything else. You think it could be a coffee plant? It can be anything. Elijah squatted. There were probably better uses of the miracle seed. He'd considered trying to grow a briar wall for ironshore. There were plenty of vegetables that would probably be useful as well. However, the fact was that ironshore wasn't really his responsibility. Sure, he'd planted the ancestral tree seed there, but that was more symbolic of their alliance than anything else. Ironshore needed to care for itself because, if they continued to lean on him, then they'd never grow into their own strength. As for vegetables, while that would be helpful, he was honest enough with himself to recognize that he'd never get as much use out of a vegetable garden as he did out of some coffee. On top of that, and almost as if he was trying to justify what he'd already decided to do, Elijah considered the fact that there were a host of medicinal uses for teas. Surely coffee would be the same way, especially with the benefit of being cultivated within his grove. I think we need about a 20 by 20 foot space, Elijah said. Upon hearing what Elijah had planned, Nerthus grew even more excited. He claimed to have the perfect location, as well, and he quickly led Elijah to the other side of the grove where there was about 50 square feet of open land. Nerthus said that he'd had another project in mind for that area, but the cultivation of a miracle seed was far more exciting. So they spent the rest of the afternoon marking out the planting grid before Elijah dug a hole and planted the seed. That gave him a prompt. You have planted a miracle seed. Please choose which plant you would like to grow. After that, Elijah saw an overwhelming deluge of choices. Some of them, like an apple tree, were sorely tempting, but he had his plan. So he arduously searched through the list until he found the one he wanted. You have chosen Coffea arabica. After that, Elijah felt through one with nature the seed transform and begin to sprout. Fortunately, the miracle seed was as good as its name suggested, and in seconds, the stalk broke through the surface of the rich soil, and the root system began to develop. By the time it stopped, the plant was around 6 inches tall. Nice, Elijah said, summoning healing rain and flaring nature's bounty. I know what I'm doing until my cooldown resets. Healing rain mixed with normal precipitation as a storm gripped the island, bathing Elijah and his coffee tree in Ethera as well as life-giving water. There was a time when he might not have remained outdoors in such a storm, yet he found it comforting and rejuvenating in a way that had nothing to do with the effects of his spell. It helped that the seasons had once again turned, with spring giving way to summer. With that, the temperatures had risen, giving the rain a soothing cast that paired well with Elijah's memories. But he knew it couldn't last. Nor did he want it to. Because soon, his cooldown would be up, and he would be able to return to the moon glade and resume his search for his sister. For years give or take had passed since he'd last spoken to her, and though he clung to the idea that she and her family had survived, he knew that the odds were not in their favor. And even if they were still alive, as he fervently hoped, his reunion with them was not urgent. If they'd made it this long, then they would persevere for weeks or even months longer, and without his input. He knew that. Yet that knowledge was not the comfort it should have been. Anxiety gripped his mind, telling him that he needed to find them as quickly as possible. He had no idea where that feeling came from, but from a psychological perspective, it was understandable. Until recently, he'd had other things on his mind. But now, finding Alyssa, Carmen, and Miguel was the most important task on his list. As such, for the past months, it had drawn the vast majority of his attention. And he was impatient to complete the search. The first step was to finally reach Seattle. From there he hoped he could find something that would point him in the right direction. Perhaps he could even find them, safe and sound, living in the city. Given where they lived, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. It was unlikely, though. For all he knew, Easton had ended up on the other side of the world. If that was the case, Elijah had no idea how he was going to find the town Alyssa called home. He sighed, cutting that line of thought off before it could gain any momentum. He knew the odds. He'd examined all the terrible possibilities that threatened to stymie his reunion with his family. Yet, dwelling on those would do no good for anyone. Indeed, it would send him spiraling into a combination of panic, anxiety, and melancholy. Elijah refused to let that take hold of his mind. Instead, he focused on the product of the miracle seed. The coffee tree he'd grown had sprouted in record time. Even when nature's bounty was taken into account, it had reached maturity far more quickly than he ever could have expected. Already, the tree had bloomed into white flowers. From there, the petals had fallen free, leaving nubs called carpels behind. Those, in turn, would become the coffee cherries. Normally, those flowers wouldn't have appeared for years, but clearly, the tree that had come from the miracle seed was special. And that trait was only enhanced by Elijah's copious use of nature's bounty. He opened his eyes to see Nerthus standing next to the 6-foot-tall tree, his hand on the trunk. Elijah asked, "How is it?" Apparently, Nerthus had an ability similar to nature's bounty. It was only usable within the general vicinity of his ancestral tree, or of what he referred to as the daughter tree in Ironshore, but it was almost as powerful as Elijah's own ability. That was a good thing, considering that without it, the subsequent trees they'd planted from cuttings that originated with the eldest coffee tree, it would be quite some time before there were any viable coffee cherries. Even with Nerthus' help, it would be a month or two before there was anything worthwhile. But that was fine. If nothing else, the world's transformation had taught Elijah patience. Things tended to happen when they were ready to happen, and not a moment before that. Of course, the addition of human interaction definitely threatened to shatter that laissez-faire attitude toward time. But Elijah wasn't ready to think about that. Instead, he pushed himself to his feet, then stretched his stiff muscles. As he did, Nerthus answered, "The tree is healthy." "Anything else?" asked Elijah. "What else is there?" "That is a good point," was Elijah's response. Indeed, for a tree, the only thing that really mattered was if it was healthy or not. Everything else would be weathered in due time. "I think I need to run over to Ironshore before I head back out." "Do you need anything?" "Seeds." "What kind?" "All kinds." "Oh. All right. I'll see what's available," Elijah promised. He wasn't very optimistic about it, though. Last time he'd asked around about seeds, he'd been told that there were none available. Maybe Biggle had some. After that, Elijah ran his hand through his rain-slicked hair, then returned to the treehouse where he took a quick shower, dressed, then gathered his things. Once he'd thrown his cloak over his shoulders, he left the grove behind. As he crossed the island, he swung by a small meadow where the deer had taken up residence. He'd been keeping track of their adjustment via his locus, but it was nice to lay eyes on them. They greeted him warmly, probably because he'd approached carrying a few grove berries, but Elijah told himself it was because they were truly happy to see him. He didn't really believe it for a second, though. He spent the next half-hour playing with the fawns before leaving them behind and finding his way to his collection of rowboats. There were only 3 left, which meant that he'd soon need to spend some time retrieving the couple he'd left on the other shore and bringing them back to the island. He desperately wanted to avoid that, but it seemed inevitable. Still, he wasn't going to engage in that particular labor until absolutely necessary. So he pushed it out of mind for the time being. With that, it wasn't long before he pushed one of his last 3 boats into the surf, hopped in, and started rowing across. The trip was easier than ever, partially due to his increasingly powerful body, but also because, in the wake of the storm, the strait was like glass. So the boat easily glided across the placid surface of the water. As he went, he was, as always, aware of the creatures beneath the surface. However, unlike previous trips, he took the time to identify the estranged that should have been obvious. There were only a few, like a giant turtle with tentacles growing out of its shell, but they were there, all the same. Yet, as obviously out of place as they they felt more at home than the Hydra had. Perhaps they would eventually acclimate and be accepted into the environment. Or maybe that was his preference for optimism at work. In any case, it didn't take Elijah long to reach the docks of Ironshore, and when he did, he was greeted by the customary glances of distrust. They didn't veer into hatred as they once might have, but acceptance still seemed a little ways off. Perhaps it would never arrive. Putting that out of mind, Elijah tied the boat off, then commenced with his errands. Not only did he buy supplies to replace those he'd already used, but he also swung by Biggle's shop to find some seeds. The alchemist didn't have any, but he did direct Elijah to a worn-looking elf who lived on the other side of town. That elf named Riga was in charge of Ironshore's farming efforts, and they parted with a variety of seeds that ended up costing Elijah a small fortune. He paid it willingly, though, knowing that Nerthus would use them well. Besides, the Spriggan had never really asked for anything else, so buying a few seeds was the least Elijah could do for his friend. Next, Elijah took the time to visit Ramek in his office, where he was informed that the city had progressed considerably. Not only had work on the wall reached the halfway point, but the weekly runs through the tower had gone incredibly well. Their people were leveling steadily, with Kurik maintaining his lead as the strongest person in town. I even conquered it once myself, Ramek said proudly. You? I didn't think you were a combatant, Elijah admitted. I'm a sorcerer by archetype, he stated. A sage by class. No real attack options, I'm afraid. More of an enhancement specialist. That sounds useful, Elijah said. How come you never enhanced me? I tried, Ramek said. But the spells were ineffective, I believe, because you were already under the effect of a more powerful version of my spells. I'm not a sage. Yes. But take my spell, Sage's Fortitude. It increases the recipient's constitution by 8 points, the dapper goblin explained. If you have a constitution enhancement that is stronger than that, mine will not take effect. One can only have a single enhancement that affects any given attribute. With some exceptions, of course. With the system, there are always those to worry about. Elijah nodded. That made sense, though it did highlight the need to coordinate with any allies in the future. So, everything's going well. Exceedingly so. Biggle is on the verge of finishing some body cultivation potions, and with the increased Ethera density, we can likely utilize them to a high degree of efficiency, he said excitedly. If we had more fighters, we could become a true power on this planet. Maybe, Elijah said, of two minds about that. He wanted Ironshore to be secure. After all, he had friends in the city. Ramek was among them. Yet, he couldn't quite forget the enmity with which some of the citizens held him. On top of that, it really hadn't been that long ago that Sethek had tried to kill him. And before that, 50 mercenaries had invaded his island. That led Elijah to wonder if the collection of gnomes, goblins, and dwarves were truly his allies, or if they were simply too afraid of the consequences of being his enemy. Would they remain his friends if they had enough people to defend themselves? Or if they had the power to defeat him? Those were good questions. But for the time being, he chose to trust Ramek because the goblin mayor had yet to give him reason not to. So far, all of Elijah's dealings with him had been above board. With that in mind, the meeting with Ramek went on with only a small degree of tension between them. Finally, Elijah excused himself and visited Druid's Park. As was the case every other time he'd visited, he saw children playing in the area. That gave him some hope, at least. After he'd ensured that the tree was healthy, Elijah returned to his island. Once there, he gave the seeds over to Nerthus, who became visibly excited by the gift, then retreated to the treehouse, where he decided to call it a night. After all, he intended to return to the wilderness in the morning when his cooldown was up. So he wanted to spend one last night in his own bed. However, as he lay abed, sleep was not forthcoming. After lying there for a couple of hours, Elijah pushed upright and climbed out of his comfortable bed. A few moments later, he was sitting on his balcony, which gave him a great view of the ancestral tree and the open sky above it. Stars twinkled down on him, and not for the first time, he found himself wondering if his sister was looking at that same sky. If so, what was she thinking? Did she know he was alive? Was she searching for him, too? Questions like that assailed his mind until, wrapped in his cloak of the Iron Bear, Elijah nodded off, only to awaken at sunrise. After taking a few minutes to stretch, sleeping in that awkward position still resulted in more than a few aches and pains. Elijah took a shower, gathered everything he needed, then let Nerthus know he was departing. Then, at last, Elijah cast Roots of the World Tree, focusing on the personal teleportation function. A second later, his feet settled into the soft earth surrounding the pond. But he wasn't alone. Indeed, he was surrounded. Sparks flew as Carmen hammered the red-hot billet of steel, and as she worked, she left her worries behind. Yet, even as the metal began to take shape, she couldn't escape the reality of her failures. Over the past week, 2 more people had deserted in the dead of night without even bothering to say goodbye. If ever there was a judgment on her leadership, it was that the people who'd followed her out of Easton refused to even remain in the same town she occupied. Her hammer fell, filling the forge with the sound of metal against metal. Frustration mounted as she dwelled on her shortcomings until each hammerfall began to descend with ever-increasing force. One after another, she slammed the summoned hammer against the metal, flattening it until it was paper-thin. And then, she shattered it. With a growl, she kicked the pieces away, then hurled the hammer at the wall. It never reached its destination, dissipating into motes of Ethera the moment it left her hand. Still, she couldn't stop herself from smashing her fist into the anvil. She didn't use all of her vaunted strength, but it was enough to send a stab of pain up her forearm, which only added to her irritation. She sank to her knees and hung her head. Eber was supposed to have been the answer. A safe space where they could recover. A town they could hopefully call home. And yet, as perfect as it was, her people had slowly chosen to abandon its friendly confines in favor of the devastatingly dangerous wilderness. It was madness, and the only viable explanation was that they simply couldn't stomach sharing a town with the person who'd ruined their lives. Carmen thought she'd accepted her faults and failures. Clearly, she was mistaken. Sometime later, Willa found her on her knees, with tears tracing tracks through the soot on her cheeks. Carmen looked up and said, "What? I'm almost done with the..." "It's not that. I need you to come with me. Now. We don't have much time, and I need to show you something," Willa said. "Huh?" The other woman snapped her fingers in front of Carmen's face. "Wake up. I know it's difficult, and I don't want to be insensitive here, but I need you to." "You're not even listening," Willa said with a sigh. Then, she stepped forward, cocked her arm back, and slapped Carmen across the face. "What the hell was that for?" Carmen demanded, her melancholy briefly forgotten as she threw herself to her feet and summoned another hammer. It erupted into fire as she used augment weapons. She had no idea why the other woman had attacked her, and her mind swam in a sea of confusion, but she knew precisely how to react to threats. Or at least her body did. Willa raised her hands, saying, "I'm not your enemy. Or I don't want to be." "Why did you slap me?" Carmen asked, trying her best to keep her voice even. But anger roiled in the back of her mind, mingling with the frustration of only moments before to create a volatile and violent brew that could erupt at any moment. "Talk quick, because I'm on the verge here." "You have been manipulated," Willa said, taking a step backward. She glanced at the door. "The others are distracted right now. I need you to come with me so I can show you what's really going on here." "Tell me." "It won't do any good. You have to see it." Carmen cocked her head to the side. "That sounds a lot like you're trying to lead me into a trap or something," she said. "I'm not. I tried to warn you before. Don't you remember?" I don't." A piercing pain jabbed its way through Carmen's brain, and for a moment, her vision went white. It only lasted for an instant, but when it faded, she remembered when Willa had confronted her in the longhouse. "What did you do to me?" she rasped. "Nothing. I haven't, but it's difficult to explain, Willa said. Please. I need to show you. Put this on. She shoved a large cloth into Carmen's hands. When she looked down, she saw that it shimmered like silver, but it felt like a thick, wet blanket. At Willa's insistence, Carmen slipped it over her head. Surprisingly, even when she was completely covered, it didn't impede her vision except to cast everything in a slight fog. Willa said, "Follow me. Do not make any undue noise." Carmen did as she was told, letting the other woman lead her out of the smithy and into the waning sunlight. She hadn't realized that she'd been inside the building all day. She hadn't even stopped for lunch. Suddenly, her stomach rumbled. Will whipped around, hissing, "Marshal your hunger. Do not give in." "But I'm so hungry." And she was. Ravenous, in fact. It was as if she hadn't eaten for weeks. Yet, she could distinctly remember feasting only that morning. But the memory was blurry. Ill-defined. Carmen couldn't make sense of it. Fortunately, the hunger faded a moment later, replaced by thick nausea. She pushed that aside as well, and a few seconds later, she was once again following Willa through town. Oddly enough, as she walked through the town, it was like no one could see her. The townspeople who would usually glare at her with blank expressions simply stared through her, as if she wasn't even there. It wasn't just unnerving. It was alarming in a way Carmen couldn't adequately explain. Slowly, they made their way through the town, turning away from the main street on their way to the town's small cemetery. Carmen had never visited it, but she'd seen the collection of tombstones from afar. However, what she now saw was very different from what she'd observed in the past. The tombstones were the same, but in the center of the small, fenced graveyard was a mausoleum fit for a king. What is that?" "Our temple." "Temple. You'll see." After that, Willa led her forward. With every step, Carmen's dread grew more poignant until she could scarcely put one foot in front of the other. Without Willa dragging her forward, she never would have made it to the cemetery's gate. As it was, her stomach tightened with fierce anxiety that she couldn't quite understand. Before they reached the door to the mausoleum, Willa whispered, "When we get to the bottom, do not react. Do not speak. Simply watch. When I leave, follow. Do you understand?" Carmen said that she did, albeit in a barely audible voice. It was all she could muster with the way her insides had been twisted with formless fear. Slowly, she followed Willa through the open door, then down a set of stone steps. Each footfall came with an increasingly foul smell. It wasn't quite decay, but that was the largest part of it. Lacing it was something else Carmen couldn't quite identify. It was sickly sweet, reminding her of rotten fruit mixed with sulfur. The odor was nearly enough to push her stomach into full rebellion. But she shoved that down, swallowing hard as she followed Willa down the stairs and to a long hall lined with flickering torches. It seemed far too large for the village's needs, and after the first 10 feet, they passed a set of doors on either side. Constructed of steel, they were closed, but Carmen was tempted to investigate them further. Remembering Willa's warning, she chose not to. Slowly, they kept going until they passed another set. Then another after that. 10 more sets came and went until a realization dawned on Carmen. It was not a mausoleum. It was a dungeon. Carmen's muscles tightened in anticipation. Willa continued on, though, so she didn't have any time to investigate things before, at last, they reached the end of the hall. A quick glance backward told her they'd come nearly 500 feet. But she was far more interested in what was ahead. A door loomed before her, larger and more elaborate than any she'd passed in the hall. Willa pushed it open, then stepped inside. Carmen followed, and she had to force herself not to gasp at what she saw on the other side. Remembering Willa's warning, Carmen ground her teeth together and dug her fingernails into the palms of her hands. She didn't feel the pain, though. Instead, the whole of her attention was on the scene before her. 3 people, all of which she'd thought were deserters who'd fled into the wilderness, knelt in the center of the room, though Carmen could scarcely see them. Not with 5 villagers surrounding each one. None of them moved. The deserters all just stared ahead, expressions of full contentment playing across their faces. It wasn't until Carmen glanced at the far wall that she realized what was happening. Still, she wished she hadn't. The walls were lined with mirrors, and the scenes reflected in those silvery surfaces were not the same as what Carmen saw in the center of the room. Because the villagers were not people at all. Not as reflected in those mirrors, at least. Instead, the reflected figures were exceedingly tall, skeletally thin, and wrinkly creatures with gray skin and tiny heads. Upon those heads were huge, pointed ears and faces that looked like they belonged to humanoid bats. Yet, even more disturbing were the proboscises extending from within their open mouths and connecting to the members of Carmen's party. At a rhythmic pace, glowing bulges would travel from the far end of each proboscis and into a creature's mouth. Finally, Carmen noticed the crates piled against the wall nearest the door. Willa didn't hesitate to reach down and grab a crate before leaving the room. Carmen almost forgot to follow her but remembered at the last second. So she hurried to catch up, desperate to find out what precisely was going on. However, there was one obstacle in their way. "Willa," said Wendy. "Have you settled your misgivings?" "Yes, Mother," Willa said with a dip of her head. "I am still growing accustomed to our new place in this world." "Indeed," said Wendy, reaching out to run her fingers along the other woman's cheek. "It does take some adjustment. It is for the best, though. Soon, we will have the equipment we need to venture out into the wilderness and spread our influence. The world will be ours. You will see." "Yes, Mother," Willa said. "I look forward to when we no longer have to hide." "Of course. You are ill-used to such necessity. You did not live in the old world before it was taken over," Wendy stated. Then, she looked down at the crate in Willa's hands. "I am keeping you from your task. Go. Feed our guests." "As you say, Mother." With that, Willa hurried past the other woman. Carmen followed, narrowly avoiding Wendy in the tight tunnel. Her heart beat out of her chest as she followed Willa through the tunnel and up the stairs. She barely even breathed until they returned to her smithy. The moment the door shut, she ripped the concealing cloth away and demanded, "What the ever-loving fuck was that? Please be calm." "Calm? You want me to be calm? Those monsters." "I am not a monster." "Why, you're one of them," Carmen asked, suddenly putting 2 and 2 together. She backed away, summoning a hammer. It burst into flames a second later. "You needn't fear me," Willa said, holding up her hands. She certainly looked just as human as ever, yet Carmen could now sense that something was wrong. "We didn't ask to come here to this world. We were snatched away from our homes along with this entire region." "What do you mean?" Then, Willa explained that her people were known as Sidhi, and they were not native to Earth. Somehow, when the World Tree had touched the planet, it had transferred Willa and her people to Earth. Since then, they'd been struggling to survive. "What do you mean?" "You have food. Safety. You have." "We do not eat as you know it," Willa said. "We feed off of others' memories, carried to us via a natural ability through a transfer of Ethera. It is not immediately fatal, but after a few feedings, our prey will never recover." "So you're saying that you must escape if you wish to survive," Willa stated. "My people will try to stop you. We are stronger and faster than anyone in your party, save for you or the swordsman. If you wish to live, you must create weapons specifically to combat my people." Willa handed Carmen a piece of paper. "That is an enchantment. It makes any weapons brittle, but it is also deadly to the Sidhi." "What? Why are you doing this?" "Because I would rather die than kill innocent people. On our world, our prey were deadly creatures called orcs," she said. "They were only sapient by the most basic of measures. They were also warlike monsters who only thought of conquest. Killing them was no great tragedy. But this? I cannot support it. I would rather perish. Carmen wanted to ask more questions, but she never got the chance. Willa's head whipped toward the door, and she said, I must go. Your people must be fed. Do not eat the food. It is conjured via a skill, and it muddles the mind. And then, she disappeared through the door, leaving Carmen confused, furious, and terrified, all in equal measure. A dozen elves, each no more than 5 feet tall, surrounded Elijah. None looked particularly aggressive, but they were all armed with bows, spears, or wide-bladed scimitars with curved hilts. Though as peaceful as they seemed at first glance, Elijah was very aware that they were clearly waiting for him. And given that they'd surrounded him, he didn't think they were there on a social call. Whoa guys, he said, raising one hand toward the beautiful elf who'd tried to speak to him before he'd teleported back to his grove. She was just as striking as ever, with wide eyes, a perky nose, and full lips. Framing her face was a curtain of glossy, white hair that fell to her shoulders. She wore an earth-toned tunic fastened at the waist with a wide, leather belt and a pair of voluminous pants that were tucked into her knee-high boots. A matching scarf encircled her neck, and she had some sort of symbol Elijah didn't recognize tattooed between her eyes. You don't want to mess with me. I'm very dangerous. She cocked her head to the side. You are a healer, yes. Sure. But a dangerous healer, Elijah said. Wait. That didn't come out right. Makes me seem like I'm kind of bad at my job. I'm not. But I am dangerous. My point is that you should definitely not attack me. For your own good. We have no intention of attacking you, healer. Not for the first time, Elijah wished he had never acquired his ring of anonymity. It had caused nothing but trouble so far, and right then and there, he decided to do something about that the moment he figured out what the elves wanted. Then what do you want? You tried to kill the deer, right? Who's to say you won't try to do the same to me? The perpetrators of that heinous act were desperate youths who made a terrible choice, the elven woman said. Belatedly, Elijah noticed that she, too, carried a staff. However, hers looked like it was made of frosted glass, reminding him of the ogre staff he'd looted in the Reaver's citadel. The one she carried was engraved with myriad symbols, though. What followed was a tragedy, and on both sides. However, it does not represent our values. We revere guardians. And yet your people tried to kill them. As I said, a mistake born of desperation. Why were they desperate? Elijah asked. And can you guys not surround me like this? I really don't like people being behind me like that. Do you pledge not to flee? Definitely not. I'll run if I think it's necessary. She sighed. Very well. Then, she gestured, and the elves backed away before circling around to join the elven woman. Like that, they looked even more intimidating, but at least they were all in his line of sight. More importantly, without a gaggle of elves behind him, Elijah felt certain that he could escape at a moment's notice. He was experienced enough with moving through the forest that he felt confident that if it came to that, they would never catch him. Moreover, he saw that each of the elves was dressed almost identically to the woman. However, none of the others had a tattoo in the center of their foreheads. Are you pleased? Came the elven woman's voice. It was high-pitched but slightly raspy, and with an accent that Elijah couldn't quite place. What do you want from me? He asked. And what's your name? I'm Elijah, by the way. Kenna Tamira. Kala? Kenna. That's literally what I just said. For the first time, there was a crack in her placid expression. It only lasted a moment, but Elijah was glad to see that she wasn't as robotic as she seemed. Still, he wasn't precisely happy with drawing her annoyance, so before she could say anything else, he asked, You waited here for 3 days, right? You didn't do that unless there's something you want from me. On behalf of the elves of Arvindor, I wish to offer you a bargain. Arvindor. Is that your home world? Or is that a town? It is our city, she stated. Do you wish to hear the terms of our bargain? Sure. Shoot. Shoot you. What? No. It's an expression, he said, shaking his head. Damn my over-reliance on idioms, he said, dramatically shaking his fist toward the sky. The elves didn't like that, and they looked like they were on the verge of responding with all the sharp things in their possession. Elijah sighed. Just tell me the terms. Curious, Kenna responded. Your ways are strange. You mean to travel north and east, do you not? Maybe. Have you scouted the route? Nope. I usually just wing it, Elijah admitted. After all, it couldn't be that difficult if other people had managed it. And he knew they had. Ray had said that Velosta had played host to many traders over the years. Without our help, you will perish in the twilight clefts. That sounds ominous. What are the twilight clefts? Kenna then proceeded to explain that the region directly to the north was a maze of canyons and ravines populated by a host of deadly predators. More importantly, it was nearly impossible to find a route through without the elves as guides. She claimed that anyone who refused their help, which they normally offered for a price, died in the canyons. We wish to guide you through. Okay. How much? We do not want your Ethereum, Kenna said. Instead, we wish your services as a healer. You don't have any of your own. We recently went to war with a tribe of rock gnolls. Though we were victorious, the war was not without cost. Treacherous creatures. They knew to target our healers first. Many perished, she explained. We worked to replenish our numbers, but for now, we are vulnerable. Sure, Elijah said. I don't mind healing a little. Indeed, he quite enjoyed it. Curiously, he found quite a lot of joy in using every facet of his power set. He loved the freedom and power inherent in his draconic bestial forms, the utility of his spells, and the sheer satisfaction of healing people. So he had no trouble committing to the latter, especially if it got him to Seattle a little more quickly. Because he was certain that he could traverse the twilight clefts without the elves' help. If he could get through the primordial maze, a few canyons and ravines didn't scare him. Yet, from the way Kenna spoke, doing so would be quite difficult. More, it would almost assuredly be time-consuming. So healing a few elves was a nice exchange if it saved him a little time. Besides, he'd be kicking himself for weeks if he refused to heal people who needed it. I believe you misunderstand. While we will accept any healing you wish to give, the bargain is contingent on you accompanying us in our efforts to conquer a tower, she stated. What? Elijah asked. He had no intention of heading into another tower. Doing so would be another delay he had no interest in enduring. I mean, I'm not really doing towers. Thanks for the offer, though. I'll just make my own way. Please, she said, bowing her head. If we cannot do this, we will be forced to flee. There is nowhere else for us to go. The tower already overflows and... Elijah sighed. Do you know anything about this tower? He asked. How long does it take to conquer? Have you run it before? We have not, she admitted. Then she explained that, until recently, there was a human settlement that had taken responsibility for the tower. However, the gnolls had grown bold enough to attack the town, killing most of the residents. The ones that had survived chose to retreat to Seattle. Since then, the tower had been building Ethera until, at last, it had burst, surging with Vox. We hold our own against the Voxian monsters. Yet, we do not have the healers to attempt to conquer the tower. If we go in there as we are, we will all perish. Elijah ran his fingers through his hair. Jesus. No pressure, right, he muttered. He truly did not want to get involved in another tower. Yet, could he really live with himself if he chose not to help them, then came back at some later date to find that their town had been overrun by Vox? No. That was the answer he didn't want to admit to himself. Elijah was a lot of things, a murderer, among others, but he couldn't rightly stand to the side while innocent people suffered. Did that make him a naive white knight? Maybe. Probably. But he didn't want to know the sort of person who could see other people in trouble and turn his back. And certainly, he couldn't stomach the idea of becoming that person. The very notion was revolting. So he said, "Fine. I'll help." "Thank you," Kenna said, bowing at the waist. "But I need more than just a guide through the twilight clefts," he said. "I want one extra reward. I get to pick, too." "Any but the last," Kenna said without hesitation. Clearly, she'd expected such a caveat. "Fine," Elijah said, slapping his hands together. "So where is this tower, anyway? Let's get this thing done." As it turned out, the tower was on the other side of the twilight clefts. However, Kenna had no issues with setting out right then. Soon enough, they were trekking across the wilderness, and to Elijah's surprise, it only took half a day for the terrain to change. The first thing he noticed was the drop in humidity, but it wasn't long before the forest gave way to scrubby bushes and otherwise barren and rocky soil. It reminded Elijah quite a bit of the American Southwest, with mesas, buttes, and twisted, scraggly trees. As they went on, traveling through the night, the terrain grew rockier until, by morning, Elijah found himself overlooking a series of canyons that stretched on for miles in every direction. At first, he thought he could simply leap across them, remaining on top, but Kenna quickly disabused him of that notion by revealing that, in a lot of places, the canyons were nearly a quarter of a mile wide and twice as deep. From a geological perspective, none of it made sense. There was nothing to have carved such a wide variety of ravines. But there they were, all the same, reminding Elijah that the transformed earth did not follow the same rules it once had. The elves led him forward, sure of their route as they took one turn or the next, and gradually, they made their way through the canyons. As they did, Elijah discovered that the elves who'd attempted to kill the deer were youths who'd been led astray by a human traveler's stories of powerful beasts and natural treasures. By the time Kenna and the others had discovered they were gone, it was too late to save them. It was a difficult story to hear, and one that visibly saddened Kenna. Yet, Elijah had difficulty sympathizing with the dead elves. After all, they'd set out to kill the deer. He'd vowed not to punish people for hunting powerful guardians and looting natural treasures, but that did nothing for the way he felt about those who would choose that route. Eventually, they turned a corner, and Arvindor was laid bare before him. The elvish city was unlike any Elijah had ever seen. From the canyon floor, all that was visible were a series of rope bridges stretching from one side of the ravine to the other. However, further inspection revealed more than 100 caves on either side. Elijah followed Kenna and the other elves to a nearby earthen ramp that led to one such cave, and once he was inside, Elijah was shocked to find that all the caves were connected. More, there were hundreds of chambers inside, each with walls carved with some script Elijah couldn't read. Some of the chambers were large and served as communal spaces where elves congregated for mercantile or social reasons, while others were small and were clearly intended as sleeping quarters. He was not afforded the opportunity to explore, because Kenna led him to one of the sleeping chambers, where she insisted that he get some rest. After all, they were going to attempt to conquer a tower in the morning, and they all needed to be as fresh as possible. Elijah wholeheartedly agreed, and he was happy to find that the chamber, while small, seemed to be equipped with all the necessary amenities. It even had a small bathroom, though there was no shower. Not surprising, given the scarcity of water in the surrounding desert. Still, Elijah stripped down in the bathroom and summoned healing rain, which served the same purpose as any shower. Once that was done, he finally lay down in the room's hammock, where he quickly fell asleep. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the ritual circle, Kenna Tamira stared into the flickering candle flame. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not concentrate on her meditation. So, with an exasperated sigh, she let her shoulders slump in frustration and exhaustion. "You fail because you lack focus," said Elder Hama. Kenna glanced at the older elf, but bit back the scathing retort she so wished she could level at her unforgiving master. Like most elves lucky enough to reach any significant years, Hama showed only a few signs of her advanced age. Her face was largely unlined save for a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and a slightly more acerbic visage, but her hair was slate gray. As was the case with every other elf in Arvindor, and on the homeworld they'd been forced to leave behind, Hama wore the kushti. It was as much a ceremonial outfit as it was practical, created to help the sand elves of Irag weather the intense heat of their natural environment. It was composed of a tight-fitting top with loose, billowing pants that had been tucked into soft, leather boots created from the hide of a Bilo lizard. Completing the outfit was the aka, a long, flowing scarf meant to be wrapped around an elf's head, protecting her from the harsh sun. "I lack focus because I am anxious for what it is to come," she stated. "If we are unsuccessful, life will continue. We will find another solution. You are a water witch. Learn to swim with the current, or you will be washed away." Kenna dug her fingernails into her palms. She'd heard much the same from Hama, and on so many occasions that she could recite her master's lessons verbatim. Yet, knowing them was not enough. She needed to internalize them. To live them. To be like water. She suddenly pushed herself to her feet, then said, "I am done meditating. I must ensure our guest has what he requires for the coming trials." Without waiting for a response, she left the ritual circle behind. As she traversed Arvindor, she marveled at the moisture in the air. Even in what the natives considered a desert, there was far more water available than nearly anywhere on Irag. Though it was often disconcerting, that trait was one of the few differences she appreciated. However, there were a considerable number of other changes to which she had struggled to acclimate. Adapting to the presence of only one sun, instead of the three that populated the skies of Irag, the local population with their odd customs, and the threat of Vox were among the most difficult adjustments. On Irag, they never had to worry about monsters of any sort, which was, in a way, the reason so many had chosen to relocate to Earth. They never could have anticipated how difficult it was, constantly struggling for survival, fighting monsters, and with the threat of a Voxian invasion always hovering over their heads. Many had died. Almost everyone else had regretted their choice to come to Earth. There was no going back, though. Not unless they became much wealthier. It was possible. Newly touched worlds were often treasure troves, both in terms of leveling opportunities and natural treasures. But those advancement prospects came with proportionate danger. Once she was a good distance away from the ritual circle, or more appropriately, Hamakina found an unused corner of the city, where she sank to her haunches and ran her hand through her silky hair. With a sigh, she used water body, then stared at her skin as she twisted her hand back and forth. It shimmered in the city's blue-tinted ethereal lights. Water body. Transform all or part of your body into water, negating most physical damage. Duration contingent on Ethera and percentage of body transformed. When she had first received the spell, she'd been incapable of limiting its effects. Back then, it was all or nothing, with no in-between. Yet, in the years since, she'd learned to control it with perfect aptitude. That was comforting. It proved that, despite her failures, she had the capacity for success. If she could learn to control the notoriously difficult water body, then she could do anything she set her mind toward. But as reassuring as the fruits of her long labors were, the reality of her failures remained. Not only had she failed to protect her people, which, as Arvindor's resident priestess of the rains, was her chief responsibility, but she'd also failed to advance her class, Water Witch. Hopefully, she could make good on both failures in the upcoming tower run. Without the stranger they'd stumbled upon near the natural treasure, she would never have attempted it. Indeed, when the tower had surged, they'd made preparations to abandon the territory they had claimed. However, as a high-level healer much higher than the level her scouts had claimed he displayed, he was capable of dragging them toward success. And once they'd conquered the tower once, they could bring that information back to the others and, with that in hand, the city could be saved. Or that was the plan. The reality had yet to be written, and there were quite a few issues with her expectations. Chief among them was that, once the stranger was gone, they would still be without a viable healer. That was why she wanted to level so badly. Water Witch traced its roots to the sorceress archetype, but it was a true hybrid class. Yet, it did not show that until after level 50, when the first healing spell, waters of renewal, would be granted. Until then, a water witch's only healing ability was Spring of Rebirth, which was too unwieldy to rely upon in a tower. Thus, if they were going to survive and hopefully thrive, she needed to complete the tower, gain enough levels to acquire waters of renewal, and lead her people to prosperity. But to do that, she required the help of the strange human with a host of inexplicable abilities. Not only could he heal, as he'd demonstrated by nurturing the doe back to health, but he could also transform into a hulking reptilian monster that, to anyone who knew what to look for, screamed of an origin within the Empire of Scale. When Kenna had first laid eyes on that monstrous creature, she'd thought an actual dragon had descended upon Earth. Of course, that was silly. She'd been taught all the forms the elder race could take. Everyone was, lest they risk offending one of those powerful beings through ignorance. Yet, the creature had radiated such power that she'd briefly lost touch with her education. And when she recovered from that initial shock, Kenna had been left with a mystery. Then, just when she had decided to approach, he had disappeared for 3 whole days. By the time he'd finally returned, simply appearing from thin air, she'd been on the verge of returning to Arvindor in failure. Because in addition to proving incapable of tracking down the 2 young elves who'd followed the deer before they ran afoul of the powerful guardians, she would have lost the one chance of survival they'd found. But miraculously, he'd returned, and even more surprisingly, he'd agreed to the bargain she had offered. He'd barely even negotiated, though giving up 1 extra reward was still a steep price. Even so, Kenna didn't really know what to think of him. He was clearly mightier than his level indicated, and judging by what she'd seen, there was little chance that he was a true healer. He was powerful, though. He'd proven that through the feats she'd observed. And she knew that, in her situation, she didn't have the leeway to be picky. He could do the job, and that would have to be all that mattered. For now. Perhaps that would change after the tower. In any case, once she'd calmed herself, she cancelled her spell and continued on her way. As she passed various members of her community, she received customary greetings of respect. Normally, that consisted of each elf touching their forehead, then their lips and gesturing outward. It was meant to be symbolic of her power and her standing within the community. The pillar upon which it rested was to find water and share it with the clan. In Iraq, it was a position of no small necessity. Water witches were figures of great respect, and without them, water was virtually impossible to find. Not so on Earth, where life-giving water practically gushed from the ground. There were even places like the pond where they'd discovered the stranger, where water was so profuse that it collected in every depression. Kenna didn't trust such abundance. By Iraq's standards, the twilight clefts were paradisiacal, which was more than enough for her. Anything lusher would be too much. Eventually, Kenna reached the domicile assigned to the stranger. To her surprise, when she pressed her hand against the door, activating the enchantment meant to announce her presence, he was quick to answer. With a blush, she averted her eyes from his naked torso, but thankfully, he quickly saw to his lack of modesty by tugging on a clean, white shirt. However, Kenna had been incapable of stopping herself from seeing the huge number of scars on his chest. They weren't as severe as the ones covering his right arm, but they were noticeable all the same. Clearly, this human was no stranger to battle. "What's up?" he asked with a cheerful grin. "Is it time to go? Give me like 2 seconds and I'll have everything ready." As he spoke, he retreated into the room he'd been given. Even from where she stood in the doorway, she could see that dozens of items lay on the bed next to a tattered pack. There were containers of every sort. Some were made from materials she recognized, but others were a mystery. She did notice quite a lot of food, though. She smelled meat that had been wrapped in some sort of preserving packaging, fruit, and even some tea leaves. There were jugs containing liquids, likely water, and more than a few sets of clothing. "Come in," he said, looking back as he stuffed things into his pack. Then, he reached into one of the containers and retrieved a berry unlike any she'd ever seen. It was large, knobby, and purple. He asked, "Oh, want a berry? They're pretty good." With that, he tossed one in her direction. She caught it, almost on instinct. But if she hadn't seen him popping another into his mouth, she might have avoided the projectile. However, trusting that it was safe after all, he'd shown no reasons for distrust, she took a dainty bite of the tiny fruit. Flavor exploded in her mouth. It was tart and sweet, and more importantly, it sent a ripple of vitality coursing through her body. Riding in the wake of that vitality was a tiny surge of Ethera that made her briefly forget the amazing taste. What is this? I call them grove berries, the man said, still grinning. Kenna saw that the berry had briefly stained his teeth purple. But now that I say it out loud, that seems, I don't know. It sounds a little dirty, right? No? Well, I still feel like it should have a more distinguished name. Like kingberries or something. I don't know. I'm still kind of workshopping it. He paused. Actually, that's a lie. I haven't even thought of it before now. But I will. What are you talking about? She asked, a little taken aback. Oh. Sorry. I tend to ramble a bit around pretty girls. I blame the fact that I was an awkward kid. Late bloomer, you know. Plus, spending a couple of years with only a spriggan for company will drive anybody a little weird. Oh, there were crabs there, too. Lots of crabs. What is a crab? He raised an eyebrow. Guess you don't have crabs where you come from. So crabs are like sea spiders. You have spiders, right? He said. She nodded, though the idea of a sea seemed incredibly unnatural. So I have those on my island. Big and with a hard shell. They actually taste pretty good. Or they used to, at least. I spent like 2 years eating almost nothing else, so I kind of lost my taste for it. Plus, I think when they mutated, they lost whatever made them tasty. He shook his head. But I guess that might be because they were originally purple shore crabs. People didn't usually eat those before. So that might be an explanation. The point is that I don't want to eat crab. I can't stress that enough. He finished shoving everything into his pack, then donned his heavy, fur cloak. After grabbing his hooked staff that was carved to look like a serpent, and it radiated an uncommon level of power, he slapped his hands together and said, "So, let's go do this thing. I'm on a schedule. Hopefully, we can knock this tower out in a few hours. In and out, no big deal, right? Beat some monsters, collect our prizes, and win. Easy peasy. We have a few more hours before everyone will be ready. I simply came here to ensure that you had everything you needed," she said. What? Then why'd you tell me it was time to leave? I got packed and everything. I did not. It's fine. I'll just explore a little. Want to be my tour guide? Or do you expect me to make my own way? You know what, never mind. I can see from your expression that you've got other things on your mind. Hopefully I don't get lost. If you need me, just holler. And then, without another word, he pushed past her and jauntily strode down the hall, whistling an oddly catchy tune. More importantly, he left Kenna completely nonplussed. What have we gotten ourselves into? She muttered to herself as she watched him turn a corner. Elijah held his hand out in a gesture of greeting, introduced himself, then added, "Nice to meet you." The male elf, who looked a lot like Kenna, though with black hair instead of white, eyed his hand warily, then turned his nose up at the offering. Elijah winced. Leaving me hanging. This is getting off to a great start. Badu, said Kenna admonishingly. Be respectful. Badu grunted, then turned his back and headed toward the tunnel that would take him out of the city. Ouch. Guess I'm not well liked, huh? I've been there before. Didn't end well, Elijah stated. What do you mean? Kenna asked, a little more comfortable around him than she had been when she'd barged into his room. A good sign, as far as Elijah was concerned. Oh, it was this whole thing. A goblin tried to stab me in the back. Well, he did actually stab me. But he missed the important bits. What happened to him? Elijah massaged the back of his neck. Nothing good. So where's this tower we're meant to run? And where's the rest of the crew? He asked. Crew? Ah. Yes. The party, she said. You have met Badu. If you call that a meeting, sure. He didn't seem to like me much, Elijah stated. Indeed, the elf's expression had made it abundantly clear how he felt about Elijah. No clue why. I've only ever met one other elf before today, and she didn't have any issues with me. Another elf? Where? Which tribe? Not sure. She was a little taller than you. Blonde hair. Not nearly as pale. A forest elf, most likely, Kenna said. Or a hybrid. There are many of those. Right. Anyway, what about your friend over there? Why was he so angry with me? Usually, people need to talk to me for at least a few minutes before they start getting annoyed, Elijah said self-deprecatingly. His sister was one of the elves killed by the stag, Kenna informed him. He likely thinks you robbed him of a chance of vengeance. Vengeance? On a deer. Indeed. In our culture, guardians are considered much like any sapient race. With that comes respect, but it also comes with accountability. Yet your people hunted them like normal beasts, Elijah pointed out, letting a little of his anger out. Doesn't feel like respect to me. It is not. They were wrong. Elijah sighed, running a hand through his curly, blonde hair. It had once again grown much longer than he preferred. So what about that team, huh? There's Badu, right? Can't say I'm happy about him having my life in his hands, but whatever. What about the rest? Formal introductions are forthcoming, she said. And indeed, they were. Once Elijah followed her out of the tunnel and into the neighboring ravine, they met with 3 other elves. Predictably, one was the surly Badu, whose default expression seemed to be a sneer. According to Kenna, he was a wind whisperer, which meant that he specialized in air-based attacks. What form that would take, Elijah didn't know, but he assumed it would be similar to the blades of wind that accompanied his calamity spell. The next elf was even shorter than Kenna. She gave Elijah a respectful bow and said, "My name is Saika. I am a golomancer." What's that? Elijah asked. As it turned out, golomancers were sorceresses who specialized in summoning earthen creatures. Saika demonstrated that by casting a spell that caused a blocky creature to climb out of the ground. It was at least 7 feet tall and made entirely of rock. Bardic will be our defender, Saika said, slapping the creature on a boulder-like leg. Elijah wasn't sure how that would work, but they all seemed perfectly happy with that arrangement. So he decided to take a wait-and-see sort of attitude. At the end of the day, if it didn't work, he felt confident that he could do things on his own, even if it turned out to be less than optimal. The final elf introduced herself as Nimina, and she was a sand mage that specialized in impeding enemies. Alone, she was largely incapable of killing anything, but Kenna pointed out that she was a vital member of any team that would make everyone better. Elijah could understand that, and he looked forward to seeing what she could do. And you, he asked Kenna. Even next to the other elves, who all wore identical clothing and had similar features, she was strikingly beautiful. Yet, there was enough of a cultural distance between them, never mind the intimidatingly alien beauty, that he never even considered trying for anything more than a professional arrangement. Well, he considered it. Because he obviously had. He just dismissed those sorts of feelings. "I am a water witch," she said. "What does that mean?" he asked. Kenna went on to explain that, in addition to providing the absolutely necessary ability to locate water in a desert, she had the ability to use spells associated with water. She went on to explain that she, as well as Badu, were tasked with doing damage. Saika and her golem filled the role of the defender. And Nimina's job was controlling the battlefield. Meanwhile, Elijah was expected to heal. It was a good plan, though Elijah knew better than to expect things to work out exactly as they'd arranged. If he'd learned nothing else in his life, it was that plans rarely lasted long in a fight. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to take matters into his own hands. Or claws, as it were. In any case, as the sun rose, casting the twilight clefts in deep shadow, the group set off through the maze of ravines. They moved quickly, but Elijah had no trouble keeping up, much to the chagrin of Badu, who'd set the pace. Fortunately, the other elves weren't nearly as surly as the Wind Whisperer, and they weren't shy about asking him questions. "And these televisions they showed plays?" asked Saika, who was riding on her golem's shoulder. Each step sounded like a miniature earthquake, which meant that any notions of stealth had long since gone out the window. Sort of. We also watched sports and the news, though the second one was more performative than informative there in the end, Elijah explained. But everyone loved movies. "I would like to see one of these movies," Saika said. The other elves agreed. Except Badu, who seemed to take the entire conversation as an affront to his honor. Hopefully, that wouldn't end up being an issue. "Have you all been to many towers?" Elijah asked a while later. "No. On our world, the only people permitted to conquer towers are the rich. Or the elite fighters," said Kenna. "That is one of the reasons we came here. On Irag, opportunities are very limited. Seems a bit short-sighted. But you don't have to worry about surges." "What about monsters?" "We had an orc issue back home." "Orcs? Here?" asked Nimina, obviously alarmed. "Not anymore. But you got them all." Elijah insisted that they had, saying that he knew exactly how dangerous they were. Then, he asked about the surges again. "No. On Irag, everything is well controlled. From time to time, a particularly powerful rift opens in the wilderness, and it manages to fester. However, for the most part, everything is kept under control. It will one day be the same here." Elijah nodded. That was a good thing, as far as he could see. Certainly, it would stifle growth and progression, but that was better than letting Vox run rampant, wasn't it? In any case, he didn't have to worry about that from his tower. Even if the people of Ironshore hadn't been committed to running it once a week, his grove drained any excess Ethera it produced, meaning that it would never surge. The elves' situation wasn't really all that different from any group that braved the dangers of any frontier. All they wanted was opportunity. So when the chance to come to Earth was presented to them, they jumped on it. Elijah could respect that. Over the next day and a half, the group made their way through the twilight clefts, and during that time, Elijah learned two things. First, the elves were very odd. They had a plethora of strange customs, and the cultural differences made for some awkward situations. Like when Saika eagerly offered him a bag full of live crickets as a snack. He'd refused, saying that he preferred his grove berries. The elves were also incredibly cognizant of their water usage, and they survived off only 2 or 3 sips a day. By comparison, Elijah's consumption was downright decadent, and each time he gulped water from one of his jugs, they gave him looks of incredulity. Or anger, as was the case with Badu. The second thing he'd recognized was that he did not care for the canyons at all. Not only were they incredibly confusing to navigate, but with those walls on either side, Elijah had flashbacks of his time in the primordial maze which left him feeling claustrophobic and uncomfortable. So he was more than a little relieved when they finally left the canyons behind. His relief was doubly noticeable because, for all that he liked having company, it was exhausting having to be around people for so long. Especially when those people were sand elves. "Is that it?" asked Elijah, shading his eyes as he looked off into the distance where he saw a steep mesa topped by what looked like an abandoned lighthouse. "It is," said Kenna. "We must scale the cliffs." "Can you climb?" "I can manage," Elijah said. After another 45 minutes, they reached the rock face in question. The summit of the plateau was at least 1,000 feet up, with nearly sheer sides populated by a few craggy cliffs and scrubby trees. "So don't freak out," Elijah said. He knew that Kenna had seen his lamellar ape form, but he had no idea if the others knew the extent of his capabilities. So he thought it best to warn them. Even so, when he shifted, there were a couple of gasps of surprise. And Badu glared even harder, if such a thing was possible. "Dude, you really need to lay off the stink eye there," Elijah growled, his voice the sort of deep rumble a person could feel in their chest. "Getting really old. That's all I'm saying. Anyone need a ride?" Badu's expression darkened, which couldn't have been a good sign. Whatever the case, no one took Elijah up on his generous offer, so, using his long arms and ape-like power, he quickly scaled the cliff. At the same time, Psyche continued to ride on her golem's shoulder, as it nearly kept pace with Elijah's ascent. Badu was the next fastest, nimbly gliding from one outcropping to another like an elf-shaped kite. Nimina followed, and though she didn't use any obvious spells or abilities, her progress was impressive. Bringing up the rear was Kenna, who clearly had not invested heavily in her physical attributes. Elijah's instincts told him to help her, but he knew enough about people to recognize just how bad of an idea that was. If she'd wanted assistance, she would have taken him up on his first offer. Trying again would only make her seem weak. Which she was. But it was polite to pretend otherwise. Besides, she probably had other talents. In any case, Elijah was the first to reach the top, and by a wide margin. That gave him the opportunity to meet a recently spawned Voxian monster, face to face. The reptilian creature looked a bit different than the ones he'd encountered in more verdant territory, which was to say that instead of glistening viridian scales, its hide was leathery, ridged, and incredibly rough. Fortunately, it was not very strong, so when it threw itself at Elijah, he caught the monster by its shoulders, did a pirouette, then tossed it over the cliff. It sailed through the air for nearly 40 yards before it started its descent. And when it hit the ground a couple of seconds later, it splattered across the barren desert. Which was a good thing, because Elijah didn't want to be forced to go down there and finish it off. As he knocked the dirt from his massive claws, the others crested the edge of the cliff. He shifted back into his human form as he said, "Who's ready for a tower run? Should be fun, right?"